1, 2. Ooh, lovely, lovely, lovely. Thank you. 1, 2. About 10. Thank you. Hello, hello. Talking to myself. Hurrah. This looks good. What's happening? Where are we at? Just coming in at about 10. Number 2. 2, 2, 2, 2. 2 is blue. Blue is 2. Or 4. 4. 2. Blue.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
It is time. Welcome to an intimate little conversation about the past and future of Vector magazine. I am delighted to say that the size of the audience now equals the size of the panel.
Hey. Round of applause.
To start with, I'd like to ask each of the panelists to briefly introduce themselves. Shall we start with our guest of honor, Neil?
Hello, my name's Neil Harrison. I'm a reviewer by most of the time, and I was an editor of Vector between about 2005 and 2009.
Hello, I'm Stephen Oram, near future fiction writer, work with scientists and technologists to use short stories to talk about ethical issues of their work, and most recently guest edited Vector.
Edward James. I've never edited Vector, nor have I even desired to edit Vector. I have, since I've been a member of the BSFA since 1963 or 64, I have read Vector for over a period of several decades. I edited Foundation, which I suppose in one sense is its nearest rival in the UK.
And I'm Shana Worthen, your moderator. I edited Vector between 2010 and 2011. To start with, we're going to do a little bit of a historical overview of the magazine. And I'd like to invite Edward James to give us, as a lifelong Vector reader, to give us an overview of the earlier decades of the magazine.
Lifelong is perhaps an exaggeration, but I think I was about 15 when I read my first Vector, which was around the time I attended my first convention. And it might, just to remind people historically, it has an effect on Vector, I think, that back in the early 60s, in order to come to EasterCon, you had to be a member of the BSFA.
When did that stop?
Good question, don't know. But I think sometime in the early 70s. But certainly in the 60s, one could assume every person in the present at an EasterCon, which was never very many in those days, 200 or 300, was a reader of Vector, or at least acquired Vector through the post.
And just to double check, do all of you know what the BSFA is? Does anyone not know what the BSFA is? Brilliant. Do go on.
And back in the 60s, it was it was digest size, i.e. sort of paperback size, as far as I remember, but sort of between 20 and 30 pages an issue, pretty amateurishly produced, using the same technology that fanzines used at the time. And we see, I mean, in a sense, the history of Vector goes along with the history of desktop publishing and means of reproduction. If you wave around what should have arrived in our letterboxes, probably Friday or maybe next month, or maybe today or tomorrow rather, as a physical object, it's just so much more professionally produced now, and so full of material, and that was a slow development. Obviously, I mean, what I should have done, of course, before I came here, was to pick out sort of one sample from each decade, so that you get a physical idea of how it has changed over the years. But I think professionalization is the obvious word to use, and a lot more of an attempt, I think, to get closer to the sort of things that critical magazines and academic journals are producing. In a sense, back in the 60s, it was just another fanzine. not even necessarily the best one. I remember at the time, for instance, Pete Weston was producing a fanzine called Speculation, which was actually, in a sense, a much more professionally produced thing than Vector at the time. So, I think that's all I can say. As I say, without having brought along samples.
It's interesting. It's not the only publication in SF to have gone through that evolution, because Locus was a fanzine at the start as well, and that's obviously now a kind of fully fledged for-profit magazine. Foundation was not ever a fanzine, but certainly the early issues were more. I don't know. Having read through. I'm blanking on the name of the collection. That came from Mansfield Editions last year, first editor of Foundation. Peter Nichols' collection. Some of the articles that he reprinted from the early issues of Foundation were kind of much more, I would say, fanzine-y in tone than anything you'd probably find in Foundation today. So Vector's gone along with those, I feel, in a kind of professionalisation path.
Foundation, I know this is not a panel about Foundation, but Foundation, which I edited for 15 years or so, has always had a struggle of identity, in a sense. Yes, quite a lot of what it's published have been very fanzine-y, and quite a lot of what is published, when I was editor, I tried not to publish too much of this, was written by academics. I don't know what language they were writing in, but I tried to make it English. But Vector has always been, from that point of view, I suppose, more readable.
I sort of see them on a spectrum, in a way, that you kind of have Locus at the most commercial end, and then Vector, and then Foundation, and then something like Science Fiction Studies, in a kind of range of types of critical writing. I don't know if anyone else recognises that characterisation.
I'm not familiar enough with them to.
Is it just commercial to fan to academic as a spectrum, or are you seeing more in that?
The audience is the determinant, but that affects the type of writing that appears and the type of perspectives that appear in it as well, I think.
Although I did find quite a lot of academics do submit their work to Vector.
And there's quite a lot of academics in this recent one that I was part of, and I actually quite like as not being an academic, but having a particular thing I wanted the issue to talk about. I liked the fact that there was academic work coming in. As you say, some academic work has its own language. But I don't think it's too bad in there. But I liked that academic element to it.
If one's looking at this over as a sort of historical development, evolution, whatever, one has to remind oneself that back in the 60s there weren't any science fiction academics. And if there had been, I would have tried to have been one instead of wasting my time as a medieval historian. But that's something that has developed actually alongside the development of those magazines that you've mentioned. And now, of course, academia, science fiction academia, which spreads very broadly from the study of media and film through to the study of literature, is huge. I mean, an academic conference that runs every March in Florida attracts 300-400 science fiction academics, mostly North American. But not entirely. So Vector has developed alongside that slow development of science fiction.
What milestones do you remember from that progression for Vector? So I encountered the BSFA and Vector in the early 21st century, the early 2000s, and my perspective, which may be foreshortened, is that Andrew Butler's tenure was quite a step change for Vector, that he did kind of move it quite significantly more towards the academic, not fully academic, but more towards the academic sphere than it had been before. Is that accurate, or were there earlier editors who were also doing that?
Not entirely unconnected with the fact that Andrew Butler did his academic PhD on Philip K. Dick, a thesis which I examined.
So that's why you're on this panel. That's the connection.
Maybe that's why it's on. Yeah, I examine PhD theses written by editors of Vector. No, but that you're right. He's one of those science fiction academics who's always retained a foothold within fandom. I mean, admittedly, a very light foothold these days, but he's still there, and that is another thing which is a factor to be borne in mind when we talk about this. Science fiction academics sometimes much prefer to retain their links with their colleagues in the English department rather than with fans, and Andrew is one of the exceptions to that. Don't know how long he was editor of Vector. Quite a long time?
Yeah, I feel like he was one of the longer, like at least 5 or 6 years, on a 6-issue-a-year schedule, which is more frequent than it is now, although they're not quite as substantial as they are now. So
this is a one-off, by the way. There was additional funding supported by somebody because we had so much stuff come in that was worthy of including. So this is unusually large.
I'm going to check the page count now.
Do we have any sense of when Vector acquired its subtitle, the Critical magazine?
What on earth is going on here?
Yeah.
It's like some kind of graphic article.
It is. It is exactly that, about neuroscience and solar punk.
Cool. Not had internal colour before. I think the period when I was editing was when we had our first colour covers. I remember putting a photograph by Pete Young of where's the Martian sculpture, the big silver Martian?
Woking.
I almost said Wokingham, but that's not the same place.
No.
The Woking Martian. The Woking Martian on issue 250, I think, and I think that was one of the first colour covers, but not had interior colour before.
I put my picture of that thing on the front of Foundation as well, roughly the same time. Yeah.
Yes, so that was 145 pages, which I think is probably 50% bigger than most of the issues.
Yeah, I think it is. And as I say, there was, just to give them a shout out, the Institute of Development Studies supported it.
How very good of them.
Indeed.
Neil,
Yes.
when did you start reading Vector?
Early 2000s. So I can't remember what order things happened in. I must have found the BSFA in around about 2003. Volunteered as a reviewer. Paul Billinger was the reviews editor at that point, and he sent me some dreadful books to start with. I think the first book I ever reviewed was a book called Phobos by Ty Drago, which was some kind of asteroid mining Heinleinian nonsense. It's very, very bad. Did that for a little while, and then for some reason, me and Gene Melzak, who had also done some reviewing around that time, volunteered to take over when Andrew Butler was stepping down, and that would have been, the transition certainly happened around 2005. I have to check the dates. In my head, it's all very linked to the Glasgow Worldcon and around that period. And we came in at about issue 245, I think. And neither of us were academics in the way that Andrew is. We were much more from the fandom side of things. So I think we probably shifted it a bit back towards, I think, through Andrew and through a few other people, we had connections into the SF academic sphere, so there were still academic contributions, but I think we shifted it back slightly towards having contributions from fans and writers as well. And we tried to do more strongly themed issues than I think had been the case for a while. I think Andrew was kind of more just running a journal that would take submissions and then would gather them together into issues over time. And we tried to plan and solicit submissions on different topics. And the other thing we did was set up a WordPress blog called Talk Control, which endures in some form to this day. And we blogged there together for about 18 months, and then Gene stepped away from Vector and went on to other projects, and I continued to blog there till about 2010. And I was sticking up reviews and commentary and linking to other people's stuff. And it became, I think, something of a centre of discourse for British fandom for a period, which was quite gratifying. And I think that helped keep Vector relevant to some degree. We didn't ever put much content from Vector onto the blog directly. It was sort of a supporting tool, but it helped us promote it and I think it helped raise awareness of the main issues of the magazine, which is good. So, yeah, we did that through issue 250, which we did as a kind of historical review. And again, if I'd been concentrating like Edward, I would have brought on along a copy of that to kind of read out a couple of the contributions, because we went back to as many past editors as we could contact at the time and got them to write a little bit about their history with the magazine, which was quite interesting. And then we passed on to you. Don't quite how you got talked into it, I can't remember.
I'm not really sure of the assistance.
No one remembers how they get involved. It's just, oh yeah, that happened.
But it's a big enough commitment. You would think that you would remember.
Yeah.
No, I know in later years, I regularly would see people pining for the good old days of Neil Harrison's Tort Control as the center of conversation about British science fiction. And I'm not sure anything's really replaced it, honestly, to that degree of focus. But obviously, a lot of things have happened since then.
Yeah. So when you came into Vector, what did you want to do with it?
I think I lacked a big vision. I feel like I was continuing from the example you'd set, but then you were also the only Vector editor I'd ever known in terms of example, because I became a member of the BSFA in 2005, right when you took over.
Okay, so you weren't there for the Andrew Butler years?
No, not at all. I precisely missed them.
Okay.
So I feel like my biggest focal accomplishment was a very fine issue on Diana Wynne Jones.
Yes, that was good. I do remember that.
But everything else was luck of submission or I have some submissions, what can I solicit to go with it?
Mm. Yeah, there was no sort of building issues around what's available, right? So
exactly.
Yeah. And then who came after? So the current editors are Jo Lindsay Walton and Paulina Levantin. I think I've got that pronunciation right.
But Glyn Morgan was right after me.
Right, okay. So
Glyn Morgan, who has just curated the science fiction exhibit at the Science Museum.
Has everyone been to that? It's very good. Well, it is very good. It's just very good at what it is, which is kind of mass culture overview of science fiction. I've seen some people be a bit sniffy about it being kind of a bit populist, but I think that's the whole point of it. It's at the Science Museum, it's to get people interested in science fiction, and it does that extremely well. So go and see it.
That's a fair summary. Yeah.
But I think Glyn was the editor between me and then when Jo and Paulina took over.
Yeah, that makes sense. Actually, I tell you what, to go to the exhibition again, the book that accompanies it is really good. I think that's a lovely piece of work, if anyone's seen it. Because
there's a review of it in this issue.
In the latest issue of Vector. Because that's a proper edited volume. He's got interviews with a number of writers. So the exhibition is divided into a number of themes. In the book that accompanies it, he's got interviews with writers that kind of exemplify those themes and articles providing critical overviews of those topics, which go into much more depth than the exhibition itself can. And I think that's a nice piece of work. So everyone should go and get that. But yeah, so Jo and Paulina have been editors for what, 4 or 5 years themselves now? Must be.
I was about to say, it feels like it's been a very long time, like in a good way.
Yeah. No, they've really. So I think in the same way that. I'm going to say this hopefully without insulting you or Glyn, but I feel like Andrew's tenure was a step change. I think probably Jean and I maintained the same levels of production. We're talking about Edward's point about production values. Jean and I probably maintained roughly the same level of production values, but shifted the focus a bit. And then I think you and Glyn shifted the focus again, but I think the production and presentation of it has really taken another step change under Jo and Paulina. I think they have really professionalised the website. It's a rather than just being a WordPress blog, it is a fully fledged magazine website, and they put articles and magazine up there, and it's got a proper archive. They've done a great job of making older issues available as kind of PDF downloads. They have kind of gone back to the Andrew Butler model in having more academic focused issues, but I think not lost the foot in fandom that Vector does well. I think it's been a really impressive run, to be honest.
And they've been very strong on guest editors, such as Stephen here.
So how did you come to have contact with them?
So this this will become a familiar thing. I'm not.
I don't
sure.
remember. Is there some drug that comes along with vector? When
Yeah,
you...
there must be. So I mean, I've only been in BSFA for a couple of years, so and none of this history. So my relationship with vector is relatively new. They dropped me an email and said, "Would you like to guest edit?" To which I said yes, and they said, "So what do you want to have as your theme?" So it was it was great. It was very open, and I chose something that I was sort of bubbling around in my head at the time, which was, does science fiction actually have any influence on the future at all? If it does, maybe I have a responsibility. If it doesn't, I can write the hell what I want. And that was the beginning of a conversation with them around trying to formulate what the theme of the issue was. And being guest editor, not an academic, it was really great to have their expertise and their kind of editorial role and all the rest of it underpinning everything that I was doing. So it very much felt like a sort of equality of three people rather than...
So they came to you. So I think that is one of the things they've been pretty good at, is having their finger on the pulse of interesting topics and interesting people and interesting organisations out there and bringing them in. And then, so the table of contents was kind of a collaboration between the three of you?
Yeah, so we sort of honed the theme around prediction, foresighting and stuff like that. They then put out a call for submissions, and a lot started coming in, and some very, very high quality ones. And then we went through a conversation of, so what do we include? And I was keen to have something that had some very practical examples as well as some kind of theoretical ones. So we talked through that, and between us selected.
That's good that there was a lot of submissions. I mean, they seem to have done a good job of raising the magazine's profile.
Yeah.
So,
and the submissions were, as I say, were such a quality, hence the large size. It was like, well, is there a way we can double the size? Because actually, it would be a real shame not to be able to include not everything that came in, but everything we wanted to.
I do sometimes think, obviously, material published in Vector is not eligible for the BSFA Awards, which is the right and proper thing, but it's sometimes a bit of a shame because it is such a source of interesting articles that I think, and there aren't that many non-fiction awards out there in the field, and without that kind of mechanism of recognition, so I think sometimes people don't realise exactly the depth and breadth of what Vector publishes. I'm not planning to set up another award for non-fiction or anything, but
that
someone
did
should
open
do
that question.
Someone should do that, but not me.
Would you do it again? Guest edit Vector?
Would I do it again? Yeah, I mean, so my hesitation is more about the time commitment, not about the process and the experience.
When did the planning start?
It's taken 2 years, I think, to come out.
Okay.
But a year of that was predominantly about some issues that were kind of being slow to come out, so it kind of got stuck in a bit of a queue.
That is a staggeringly longer amount of planning than any issue that I ever worked on involved.
Yeah. I mean, I think it was meant to be about a year in its whole kind of whole process. And it does, it does take a bit of time. I mean, obviously editing does, and Joe and Paulina put in an awful lot of time. But so yes, I would, but in more knowledge of what I was getting myself into, I think.
What theme would you suggest if you did it again?
Oh goodness,
Putting you totally on the spot.
yeah, what theme? So this is completely off the top of my head, but I think it would be quite interesting to do something around the role of science fiction in popping the kind of populist bubbles around future tech. So,
You need to just hold that slightly
Oh,
closer.
sorry, is that? So, we've got all the kind of people that are after funding, that are overemphasizing what the future might look like and all the rest of it, I think it'd be quite interesting to look at how science fiction actually nuances that and is more realistic than what is presented as fact. That's completely off the top of my head.
Very philosophical issue. Which shows the good range. One of the aspects of the history of vector that we've addressed tangentially is the challenge of all of the staff who are not the main editors of the journal. And in fact, one of the challenges with the increasingly professional look of the magazine is recruiting designers willing to do layout of any sort, but having had that model, then layout of that quality.
Yeah, I mean, Andrew Butler had a very clear template and layout for each issue, so the layout and design work was in a sense relatively minimal because there was a very strong structure which was very sensible. Jean and I ended up publishing a couple of things that sort of necessarily messed around with that a little bit, which complicated the process a bit. You've obviously now got fully...
Well, I think Polina, from what I understand, Polina taught herself InDesign.
Good Lord.
In order to do that. I'm pretty sure that's true.
Okay. I did not realise that. All credit to her because, yes, the production of it, that's always been one of the rate-limiting factors, or it was in my time, because there would be more turnover in the production editor position than in the kind of content editors sometimes, and I never got around to learning InDesign. So I feel bad about that now, knowing that she has done.
Well, you'll have to ask her, though, if I've got that right, because I wouldn't want to...
Setting an example to future.
Yeah.
But in terms of lesser-sung heroes of the BSFA.
Yeah. Oh, yes, absolutely. So Tony Cullen did, I think, production for a long time. Liz Batty did a couple of years for me.
Alex Barty did an enormous number of years and was looking for successors for several of those.
Yeah. Ah.
I was production editor for a few issues in the late 1980s.
Thank you very much. Do you want to comment on that experience?
David Barrett, who was my colleague on Computer Weekly, used to print out copy in galleys on his Amstrad.
Oh, good Lord.
I would cut them up, paste them onto a large sheet of paper, do headlines in Letraset or something, and paste in ready supplied artwork. Then I posted it all to the printers, and then it came back printed.
That's amazing. Thank you. Thank you for doing it and for telling us about it.
The internet makes things much easier, doesn't it? Just stick an article up on your blog and... Yeah, I'm always a little bit in awe of kind of fanzines and that sort of production in earlier times, because I can't imagine the time commitment it must have required and the skill level required to make it look decent. So, thank you. Okay.
And reviews editors. For example, the BSFA does not... Vector does not currently include book reviews.
Yes.
Because that is a separate virtual publication, the BSFA Review.
Well, it doesn't... Go on.
This one does. It has, so I think they go up, the ones that are in here have already been up on the website, but it has included some, but they're not fresh reviews, if you see what I mean.
Yes, I think this is an interesting point, because this has been something that's gone back and forth, right? There has been a separate reviews publication at some times, and then sometimes it's been part of the body of Vector. Certainly in all the time that I was working on it, it was part of the main body of Vector. First, Paul Billinger as the reviews editor. I think Carrie Sperring was then the next one, and then Martin Petto after Carrie. They might have been the other way around, I'm not 100% certain. But they would run it as an independent department. You know, they had their list of reviewers, they got the books to them, they sent out that, and then they would sort of turn over, 15,000 words of reviews every issue that would get slotted into the main issue of Vector. More recently, it's been split out again. So we've got the BSFA review publication, which is sort of digital only. It comes out as a PDF on the BSFA website, and then selected reviews will appear in some issues of Vector as a kind of Vector recommends or BSFA recommends section. I'm not sure how I feel about this.
It's two-tier, which is to say, are you one of the reviewers whose work gets to be in the printed publication or not?
I mean, I am. It turns out I am in there.
Yeah.
I haven't read the issue, but the first thing I did was to see whether they'd been
Am I-
printed by review, and they had.
So it was an interesting conversation we had about which reviews made it into that, and my contribution into that discussion was very much, I was keen that the things being reviewed fitted with the theme of the publication rather than it was a well-known author or a well-known reviewer. It was like, how well does this contribute to what this is trying to do? And I think, that wasn't 100% if you look at what's in there, but that was where I particularly was coming from.
I mean, I think, my primary background is reviewer. That's the main thing that I do when I'm doing this sort of thing. So I guess it depends, and I don't have the information. It depends how the BSFA membership actually interact with the publications these days. If they all download the PDF of the BSFA review, then that's great. That's doing it. But I do download the PDF and look through it, but I don't have a good mechanism for reading PDFs necessarily. They don't look great on, they're quite nicely typeset again, and they've got images of the covers, but they don't display that well on a Kindle necessarily. They're a bit small on your phone. I don't sit at my laptop and read a PDF. I don't know if anyone else does. So I do worry that they get a little bit lost.
It'd be interesting to know what the download numbers are.
Yeah.
Just to inject a bit of ancient history yet
Go
again.
on.
Yes, I mean, I remember the days rather fondly, actually, when the BSFA published a totally separate reviews magazine called Paperback Inferno, that I think probably through most of its life was edited by Andy Sawyer.
Oh, I thought Maureen did it for a while, but didn't Maureen do it for a while?
Maureen may have done it for a while too.
Yeah.
I don't. Yeah, my memory is.
So what do you think the value of having it separately versus integrated is?
I suppose, in a sense, what would be interesting to do, and I never thought of doing it, would be to compare the stuff that was being reviewed in Paperback Inferno with the stuff that was reviewed in Vector. And in a sense, the title of the review is a giveaway. I suspect it's the more, quote, serious books in hardback that were being reviewed in Vector. But I'm really not sure.
But also, go finish.
Go on.
Is it only books? Because another thing that the BSFA has done over the years is had other sibling publications come and go, such as Matrix.
Yes.
Which
I don't think I realised. So when I was working on Vector, there was Vector, Matrix, and Focus were the three publications. And Vector was the literary sphere primarily, Matrix was the media sphere, and Focus was writing. And Focus more or less still exists, I think.
It does.
Matrix has more or less faded away. And there's no, you get now articles in Vector that look at visual SF, which is great, but there's no kind of coverage of film and TV in a reviews format, which is something that Matrix used to do. And I don't quite know how or why. I'm a little surprised that has happened because of the dominance of media SF relative to. I don't know whether it's the BSFA designed to focus on the things that the BSFA feel that they can do best, and maybe they feel that media SF is covered so widely, and perhaps with their publications not being immediate and everyone wanting their episode recaps as soon as the thing is aired, they feel that Matrix doesn't have as much of a place. But
Matrix has been gone for a decade now.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I feel very old now. There should be so someone, okay, future Vector, someone should find the new Nick Lowe being the film reviewer for Interzone, and they should set that person up to do a TV column for somewhere in the BSFA publications. And it should come out every time, and they should just look at recent TV, and they shouldn't worry about it not being current, and they should find someone who can be as, I don't know how to describe Nick Lowe, as authoritatively condensed and cutting as Nick Lowe can be on the TV scene.
Has streaming services made it that much harder to review whatever TV is?
I guess to an extent, because there's far more, isn't there? But also, it hangs around for longer. So the point about it being current actually it becomes a bit easier because things tend to hang around on streaming services for quite a while. So you could be reviewing something that was still available, as opposed to you missed this on BBC One 2 months ago, but it was great.
Yes. You looked like you were going to jump in again.
No, it's all right.
Okay.
I don't want to reminisce about.
I was about to say, are there any other sibling publications you'd like to say something
This is
about?
a reminiscence panel. I mean,
Well, the thing my involvement with Paperback Inferno lasted almost 10 years, and it was actually quite a strain to keep up. I had been affected by conversations at Eastercons in the late 70s, maybe, or probably early 80s, of people fans who claimed they were fans and really liked the stuff published in Interzone, but never actually interacted with the American science fiction magazines at all. So for about 10 years, I reviewed every issue of 3 magazine, fantasy and science fiction, Isaac Asimov's and Analog. And hoping to point out actually the best science fiction published in the 80s was in Isaac Asimov's. And if you ignored that, i.e. the works of, Octavia Butler and John Varley and all sorts of other people, if you ignored that, then you were ignoring some of the best science fiction there was.
But every issue of Analog as well.
Yeah, all right, that was
Neil,
not so exciting.
Well, I would expect you to be really excited by this, because I believe at least in the past, you have really championed the idea of more people reviewing short science fiction, which is exactly what Edward is saying he did.
Yeah, no, I'm in awe. The problem with reviewing short fiction always seems to be the volume of it. So God knows how you managed to do most of a decade, because even 3 magazines is a lot of short stories to read on a regular.
Yeah. It provided me with some relaxation after editing Foundation.
Fair enough. Okay.
But yeah, I still feel the need of that. Okay, Locus reviews short fiction, but only,
the Locus,
quite briefly.
Yes. The Locus format is to, and I understand why they do it, is to try to cover as much as possible. So, they will run 2 or 3 short fiction columns every issue, and the reviewers will try to cover 6 or 7 publications, and they will run down very briefly what's in each one with a sort of sentence of comment on each story, and then they'll have a list of recommended stories at the end, which is useful to have that kind of breadth. But one of the things I did with the Talk Control blog was individual story reviews, pulling out when there was something that I thought was particularly effective, would write 1,000 words on it. And I wish there was a bit more of that. Because I agree, even now, short fiction is very important to the health of the field, and it's important to take it seriously. And I think there's just a lack of thoroughness of discussion, even relative to other types of written SF sometimes. It's getting way off topic now, though.
No, because our next topic is the future of Vector Magazine, and perhaps you'd like to outline a future of Vector Magazine that includes a greater focus on short fiction.
No, because then someone will ask me or tell me to do it, and I don't want to do that.
And you won't realise they're asking you.
Yes. I'll suddenly wake up one day and find that I'm the editor director again. How did I get here? This is not my beautiful journal. Okay, ideal. So you're asking me to design my ideal vector.
And then you get to hire a whole team of amazing people to do it who are not you.
Right, okay. Yes. So my ideal vector would include a film and TV column, a short fiction column, and a review section. And I would probably... You do want breadth of coverage, so and the providing the BSFA review as a PDF download is a good way of allowing a greater breadth of coverage, because you can just stick more reviews in it without worrying about print costs. I would probably look for a way to not do that as a PDF, but I probably would stick with the thing of having selected reviews that chime with an issue theme in the magazine. But to be honest, the last few years have been pretty close to my ideals of Vector. Other than that review coverage bit, which I think I would prefer to be a bit more integrated. I think they've chosen a range of interesting themes. The African SF issue is really good. There was I had a piece in an issue on Chinese SF that I thought was that the issue was really good. So I was quite pleased to be a part of that. So I think they've done a really good job covering a range of stuff. I mean, the one that they haven't done that is something that I read a lot of at the moment is something climate related. So I'd quite like to see an issue on that at some point. But yeah, I don't think I have that much that I would change. But I gather that this is not secret but not public. But we are going to have a change of editors in the medium term.
That's what I've been told, that the beginning of a transition of editors is starting. How long that transition is and what that looks like, I don't think anyone knows. But yeah, Joe and Polina were saying that kind of things are going to be moving.
I mean, I think we can say that they are leaving it in a really good place, and I think we can say, you know, joining the BSFA I think is a good thing for many reasons. But honestly, the Vector in itself, I would be happy to just pay the subscription fee just to keep getting that. So
it's one of the things that so when we were sort of thinking about the future, I think one of the things that I was a little not confused, but kind of pondering was who is Vector for? Like, where is it aiming? And at the moment, you know, it's part of the BSFA subscription. There's quite a few people have asked me, obviously because of my involvement with this one, where can I get a copy? They're not going to join the BSFA, but they are particularly interested in this theme because they're in foresight work or whatever it is. And the answer is kind of, you can't. You can in time when it goes up.
After a period of time, they all go online, right? But yeah, not immediately.
But I suppose one of the things I was trying to think through, which is not about the content so much. I love the idea of theming it. Obviously, I would. But that sort of thinking about who and what is this trying to achieve, and is it therefore too inward-facing to the BSFA?
Or insufficiently inward-facing to the BSFA.
Anyhow, so that when I was thinking about the future, I was kind of thinking around those kind of things.
It is often quite difficult to get hold of academic journals if you're not journals if you're not a member of a society, if you're not an academic. You can buy individual issues of science fiction studies. I assume you can a foundation if you just ask that someone will send it to you.
Yes.
Yeah.
Should be possible.
Yeah.
I mean, we have a person responsible for distributing foundation sitting, well, as it might be, in the front row. Does anyone get in touch with you asking for individual copies of foundation?
Occasionally, yes. Yes, people do get in touch for individual copies, normally of the most recent one because they've seen a listing wherever and there's a particular article they want. They're mostly academics. They say, I want the article on so-and-so from an older magazine, or they just want to read the latest issue. Not very many, but 2 or 3 an issue just keeps the back stocks diminishing slightly. And back stocks, of course, is a problem. That what do you do? If it's not all online, that is a major problem for distributing and for just the reader storing the stuff. If I want back issues of Foundation, I have to have a set. However, everything now being online, or back issues up to about 3 issues ago, are online. And it's much more convenient to read there than it is to go to your shelf and dig out the issue required.
Would you like to talk about the survey book at this moment, Neil?
I could do that. What I was doing was trying to look at the BSFA website quickly, because I think one of the things that is really impressive about the current era is that they have not just put their issues online, but they've done a lot of work actually getting older issues available. I wanted to check how far back the Vector archive, because I know they scanned some of the older issues, not just got the PDFs of it. So there's now a fairly robust Vector archive, which is just a really good thing. The survey book that you mentioned, so this was a project that I did in 2009, building on a project that Paul Kincaid did in 1989, which is a survey of writers in the UK who put out science fiction and fantasy. Paul's survey was published in conjunction with the convention, Mexicon, and all the members of the convention got a copy of the booklet that he produced. The 2009 one went to all BSFA members. The BSFA paid for a little perfect bound book to be produced and went out to all members. And there don't seem to be any physical copies of that in existence anymore, other than possibly the 3 that I kept in my drawer in my house.
I have a copy at home.
Yeah,
but before this convention, since Neil is one of our guests of honor, we went collectively looking for wherever the old stocks of that publication of the BSFA might have ended up. And the thing is, after a while, people feel like they've had their bunch of boxes cluttering up their attic, garage, closet, wherever, for a really long time, and they'll pass it on to a different BSFA member, and maybe it gets given away at a convention. That often happens, or it gets lost, or who knows, really. Because it's not as if, as a volunteer-run organization, it's not as if the BSFA has paid for storage and a good inventory of its past stocks of these things.
This leads to 2 highly self-interested follow-up points. One is that there is a Kindle edition of the survey book, which is like $2.99, which is great. I don't actually know where the money from that goes either. I assume it goes to the BSFA by some route, but it's on Amazon if you want to get the Kindle edition, and that's good. But the other self-interested point is what you say about stocks also applies to the foundation, right? Because at this very convention, they, on the foundation table, had piles of older foundation publications, a book about Chris Priest, a book about Doctor Who, and a book about M. John Harrison, among other things, which people were able to acquire for £1. And I think the remaining stock actually have now been moved over to the free books table in the dealer room for people to take away if they choose. With the exception of M. John Harrison's book, Parietal Games, which came out in 2005, around the time of the Worldcon, and is a collection of M. John Harrison's reviews from, well, across his career, really, but a lot of some major columns from the New Worlds period, and also a selection of essays about M. John Harrison's work, which is a really important book to me, because the Rob Latham essay in that book is about M. John Harrison's time as a reviews editor. And I read that just at the time that I was starting to edit Vector and also starting to edit reviews at Strange Horizons, and it really gave me the confidence to actually try to implement a bit of a vision in what I was doing in those publications. So I say to the 4 people who are in here, I launched a book at this convention, which is called All These Worlds, and if you go to the Newcom Press table before the dealer's room closes at noon or 1 o'clock or whenever it closes, you can get my book and M. John Harrison's book together for £15, because the foundation has this extra stock, and I will donate £5 to the foundation for every copy of my book that is sold as part of that deal. So the foundation gets something out of it as well. So that was my self-interested plug, which I've resisted doing on every other panel, but given there's only 4 of you here, I don't even feel too bad about doing it. So.
And it's thematically appropriate. Stephen, would you have felt just as happy if Vector had been published in purely PDF form when your issue came out?
No.
No, not at all.
Do you want to elaborate?
Look at it, it's beautiful.
It's a beautiful thing. I think there is something about being in print. The hesitation there is the whole, obviously the whole environmental thing and all the rest of it.
Although I think
all those servers running.
I did email.
PDFs.
I emailed Joe and Paulina before the panel to see if there's anything I want to mention. They did mention that we are using a carbon neutral printer.
Excellent.
So
I feel
yeah.
Much better. But yeah, I mean, it's absolutely brilliant to be in print, and a couple of people I know that are in there have also sort of said,
Yeah.
For one, Ben, who wrote about the Cyber Salon project we did together, and I think it's maybe the first time he's been in print. Obviously, the graphic article at the back there with Danby and people who I do some work with, that makes a big difference, it being actually in print, and the fact we managed to pull off, or I didn't, Joe and Paulina managed to pull off somehow having colour on the inside. So, yeah, I don't know, PDF. But then I don't read ebooks either, so I'm very much a paperback person. So.
Do you read ebooks, Edward?
Yeah. Just because it's handier. I mean, I'm currently on my iPad. I'm reading a book that I've got as a print hardback copy, but rather than read the hardback copy, I'm reading. It's a novel by Trollope. It's nothing contemporary, so it's easy to find on Gutenberg. Just because it's more convenient. I read digital stuff all the time.
And Neil went on to edit a purely digital online magazine.
Strange Horizons, yes. I've just managed to log into the BSFA site, and in the members section of the BSFA site, there appears to be PDFs of the entire run. It goes back to Vector 1. And it looks like it's pretty much a continuous run all the way through. So hats off to them for coordinating that. Yeah, I edited Strange Horizons, which is an online magazine which does fiction, poetry, non-fiction. And that was a slightly different role because Vector was very directly a commissioning role. The role I had at Strange Horizons, initially I was reviews editor, then essentially managing editor, so I was coordinating the departments, but not so directly involved in the content of those departments, although, again, we would do theme issues that I would help to direct. That's a bit different because it's sort of natively online. There's never been a print edition of that. And I think what I would have liked to be able to do with Strange Horizons is kind of an annual yearbook thing, which is what Neil Clark does with Clark's World. We never quite got that off the ground. But so rather than doing every single issue, which I think in magazines, if you're publishing, and Strange Horizons comes out weekly, so even if you're collating those monthly, that very quickly builds up a large volume that can overwhelm people's cupboards and shelves. But I think a yearly book of kind of the highlights or whatever would be a nice thing for an online magazine to have, because I don't know, it's not necessarily more durable. The Internet Archive is quite good at capturing, online stuff, but it can be more durable in unexpected ways. You can, I went to the Fan Fund auction last night, and there were random things that have been hanging around for 30 years in someone's cupboard and now being put out to auction. And it's nice to think that that could happen with some of the things that you've produced, which could happen with issues of Vector and is not going to happen with Strange Horizons so much. So that was a very rambling answer.
Does anyone have any in the audience have anything they'd like to add? Questions or comments?
There's nothing on the Discord, so the audience are not kind of chatting away in the background for some reason. I don't know why.
You asked what people would like to see in the continuation of Vector. Some consistency of having an expert take you through many, many issues. Locus does it with Gary Wolfe's reviews, 20 years and going. Interzone did it with Nick Lowe's film reviews, Mutant Popcorn, 200 issues. The difficulty with wanting that is getting it started. You've got to have someone with 10 years experience doing it to then become what I was looking for. Difficult?
So
Not
kind
impossible.
But on what sort of topic? Book reviews or? Because you gave an example of a book reviewer there and a film reviewer. So
Sorry?
you gave an example of a book reviewer and a film reviewer. So Gary and Nick. What area would you like Vector to give you that guidance for? Are you looking for Vector's equivalent of Gary or Vector's equivalent of Nick or?
I don't know.
Okay.
And that's the problem. That it could have been Maureen, it could be you,
No.
Yeah. Those kind of people are few and far between. If you can corral, or Vector can corral one of them, good for you.
Yeah.
So you're thinking of somebody who might be consistent but commenting on that particular issue?
I have a suggestion. Little did Edward realize he was the future of vector.
Writing magazine reviews, you mean? I think we need someone to write reviews of current TV shows. There is so much science fiction on TV now, which, was, as we all know, 30, 40 years ago, there was maybe one or two shows. Well, right, rather more than that, but still manageable for people. But now we don't know what to view.
Yeah, that's true. And some of it's great, and some of it's rubbish.
Yeah, exactly.
I mean, the person I know who reviews the most TV is Abigail Nussbaum on her blog, Asking the Wrong Questions. And she watches and covers quite a lot, but she doesn't do it systematically in the way that Roger is talking about. There's no kind of monthly download of this is what I've been watching and this is how it builds up a picture of progression over time, which is, I think, what you're talking about. Vector as a tool for creating SF history is what you're saying, essentially, as the first drafts of it, anyway.
It's a nice thought.
We're almost at the end, I think.
Although I didn't want to rush our audience in case they had more things they wanted to share with us. But neither is there any obligation. Oh, I say we don't have to go to the last minute. I think we've had a very nice chat.
Yeah, indeed.
Thank you very much.
Yes, thank you, Neil, Stephen, Edward, our wonderful panel.
And you.
Testing, testing. This seems to be working fine.
They are on. Oh, they are definitely live now.
Testing? So test?
Yes.
Testing. Hey.
Do we have one per sofa?
We do have one per sofa, so Meg's gonna need to share a mic.
Hello? No, but you could, I mean...
I'm sure Andrew could sort that out.
You could post the link. Just don't say that in front of me.
Yep. To be fair, most of the committee have COVID, so it's not like they can come after us.
We can do whatever we want.
Are we streaming now? Did they hear me say that? Hello, internet.
Are we ready to start? I think we're ready to start.
Is it past? Yep. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Meg MacDonald. I'm your impromptu moderator for this session, and I'm about to learn what third row fandom is. I have an increasing sneaky suspicion. And I'm going to pass you over to Emily.
Hello, I am Emily January, and one day in 2004, I sat in the third row.
My name is Neil Harrison, and on this... And on the same day in 2004, I also sat in the third row.
I'm John Coxon, and I didn't.
I'm Abigail Nussbaum. I was also not in that third row. What actually happened is that, like several people in this group, Neil Harrison sort of hooked me into it with a large comedic stage hook.
Meg does not know what is on the slides.
So Meg has several times during the weekend asked me, what is third row fandom and what's that panel about? And then when Claire went down with COVID, she asked again at breakfast, and I was like, you will find out when you moderate. And then Meg is not very good at saying no, so then Meg is here. Thanks, Meg.
I have a feeling I could have ended up in a third row at some point, if this is how it goes. At any point, do I advance the slides?
I think you just advance and then occasionally pause for explanation.
Explain?
Well, the slides provide a history of third row fandom with illustrations. Not in fact by Kim Samuelson, but by Martin Petto, who is a member of the group who is not here, but who made the slides.
We miss him.
We do.
So, like great tales, it starts once upon a 2004-ish time. In a place of open and wonderful learning.
This is Martin trolling those of us who were in the Oxford University speculative fiction group, which includes several members of the audience.
Raise your hands if you were in the Open University speculative fiction group.
No.
Oh, yeah, okay, so, sorry. I look at it.
Yes, Martin is trolling.
There are handfuls of us.
So these are the people who were in the Oxford University speculative fiction group along with me. So we have Ruth, we have Ian, we had Jo, but she already went home with COVID because that is apparently a thing. Still, somehow. And Jean lives in Australia now, so is not here, sadly, and Tom rarely comes to conventions. But we all were of a similar generation in the Oxford University speculative fiction group and started going to conventions around about the turn of the century, which I phrase deliberately and, make it sound ancient and wizened.
Very nearly asked which century, but it's fine.
Thank you for resisting. So a different subset of people were in Angel and Buffy fandom on the newsgroup UK Media TV Angel. And if you go to the next slide, you can see who's in that group.
Note the presence of Neil on both slides. This will be a recurring theme.
So we have Liz, who is there. We had Dan.
Hi, Liz.
Hi, Liz. We had Dan, who was here on Friday and interviewed me. We had Tim, who turned up for dinner on Friday, but did not turn up for anything else. Snacker.
Boo.
Yeah, well.
So?
He lives in Birmingham. He could, manage a day.
Hang on, what? He lives in Birmingham?
Yes, he's just down. Yeah.
Dan.
Yeah. And Dan Melbourne, and his partner Aileen, who should probably be on this slide as well, actually. I think he posted. Were on the news group with a bunch of other people, but again, stayed in touch after Angel ended and started going to conventions, most of us, and doing things online.
I think that's called a support group.
Yeah.
And Alex and Andrew Hogg, who is in the audience.
Okay, blame Martin for leaving Andrew off.
No,
Sorry, Anne.
He's there. You just need to...
Oh, do I need to?
You need to...
Oh, there's a whole row that you couldn't see.
It's the third row.
It has
Also, important, Ian Clark is on that.
Oh.
Yes. Hugo Award, is he won yet or nominated?
We'll get there.
BSFA
Nominated
Award
artist.
winning.
BFSA winning.
Yes. And Glasgow Convention artist.
Best.
Yes. His postcards are on the table in the Dilly's room. They are lovely.
And if you haven't yet got your membership, please do.
Okay.
So I've had some friends. I'm not sure if I do after this panel.
With friends like those. Okay.
Ta-da!
So all those people got together and made a baby. That's interesting. There's movies about that. And it's called The Third Row.
Yes, and that's explained on the next couple of slides. So this is the overlap that was the original, or closest to the original third row. Yeah.
Yes. Is this the point where we tell the actual story of... So I'm going to tell my perspective on it. So I was at my first EasterCon in 2004. I was 15, and there was a Future of Fandom panel, which I went into a bit late, maybe at least 15 minutes, maybe, more so than that late. And I sat down, and it was quite, they were taking questions, and at one point, I put my hand up to ask something, and they said, and probably it was 2004, probably the young woman in the third row, and everybody laughed, and I didn't understand why, but then I understood that the rest of that lot had also been sitting in the third row asking lots of questions, and so it became that all of the young people of fandom were there, and yes, they said this is the future of fandom. And we took it as a challenge.
And then there was a standing ovation.
Everybody
confetti.
clapped.
I don't remember that. But tell the myth, not the history.
Well, I wasn't there.
Yeah, so what have you heard?
Well, basically, I came into fandom in 2000. My first EasterCon was 2007. And because I am about the same age as, Emily and Anna and other people, and maybe slightly younger than you, but only by a couple of years, people would very often assume I was in the third row on account of how ageism is rife. And then eventually I was, by sort of osmosis. So that was good.
Sort of Katamari.
Yes.
Yeah.
I remember the fateful day I was added to the mailing list.
I remember the fateful day where I said, well, I've heard you said you didn't want to be on the mailing list. And you said, no, I didn't.
No one had asked.
We had a mailing list.
We still do have a mailing list.
Technically.
It's just it's not very high traffic anymore.
Abigail, what was your perception as someone who knew the rest of that lot when they went?
Well, the thing is, again, that came into this because I had a blog, and one day, out of the blue, Neil emails me and says, "Hello, would you like to hear a review for Strange Horizons?" And that was, my first experience of that. And then I realized that this was a guy who had written about me on his live journal, and as a result, my blog now had 10 times the amount of traffic it had before. So, I was already inclined to say yes, but this was pretty cool. So I go into his live journal, and there's this large group of people, and, before I know it, I'm in this large group of people. And I guess it was just a couple of months later that I was visiting a friend in the UK, so I emailed him and I said, "Hey, do you want to meet up?" And he came up to Oxford and we met. And that was it. That was it. I was in the group. I didn't sort of make a choice. It was just, it happened, and I'm not sorry, but it is continually a shock.
You didn't get a choice, so yeah.
Yeah.
We haven't. I think the live journal part of this is quite important, because that is how I think no, you don't need to advance just yet. I think that's how some of the overlap started to happen. Not you and Anna so much, because eventually.
And there is a long and proud tradition of social media that eventually ends up being owned by the Russians, being very important to fandom. And LiveJournal was really the early adopter of that.
Well, quite recently, you and then a few weeks later, I both had a 20-year email from LiveJournal, and it made me think about the fact that I met you at that con, and then met you again at the the day before, just before we all left for the Glasgow WorldCon, Jonathan Coulton did a gig in Camden, and we used the fact that we had met you at a convention a year and a half earlier to skip about 200 meters of queue. And I didn't follow any of you on LiveJournal. It's such a weird thing to think I could have done. It just, didn't really occur to me.
Well, I didn't realise that I was in this picture earlier than I thought, because I was also at that gig in Camden.
Hey!
Yeah, but I was there with other Fanish people. Yeah. Yeah. Jonathan Coulton's quite popular in our circle.
Yes. Yeah, and for a long time I was much more adjacent, and my sister was the one there.
Here we are as babies. No beards in these photos. This is the sandwich panel. So this is the sandwich panel. So this was the 2005 Glasgow WorldCon, where by this point several of us had become involved in various aspects of Fanish activity. Jean, Melzak and I had been yanked in to help with some aspects of programme by Farah Mendelsohn and working with Claire Briley and Mark Plummer as well. And through that, we ended up putting essentially a Fanish item on the programme based on a conversation which we have frequently returned to in the years since, I think it's fair to say. The panel was called The Algebredist. Scottish panel, Scottish reference. And the core debate at the heart of this panel is a very important one, which is if you have, I'm going to mess up the canonical form now I'm live on stage. If you have 2 slices of bread and some ham and cheese, and you arrange them with a slice of bread, some ham, some cheese, slice of bread, and then you take a knife and you chop it, do you have 1 sandwich or 2 sandwiches?
2.
That will be the rest of the panel, so.
I say 1, but my sandwich has no ham in it.
It's turkey ham.
Okay, fair. No, wait, no, still doesn't work.
Cheese sandwich then, okay.
What about the dairy-free people?
I can't remember a filling of your choice, John. We can have a variety of fillings to cater for different tastes and requirements.
I was going to say next one.
Hang on a second.
What a non sequitur, but what a brilliant one. No, I just wanted to say, there will be a time when we look at...
So one person, I can't remember what she said. One person in the audience, when we opened for questions and comments, one person infamously stood up and offered their opinion as a professional baker. But I can't remember which side she took. Can anyone else?
No.
None of the audience can remember.
If we knew the answer, it wouldn't be a fun debate.
Yeah, that's true.
I mean, I know the answer,
It
but
is
everyone else is wrong.
unresolvable.
The main thing I remember was the suggestion that it should be called a cucumber butty.
Which is, incidentally, Liz's burlesque name. When you look back... Now, this is... Yes.
Our esteemed guest of honour, Neil Harris.
Do you think there will be a point where you look back at photos of this panel and you feel like we were as young now as you were in that sandwich panel photo?
Yes, that is how time works, John.
I mean, hopefully, yes.
Oh, no. But yeah, so Neil, if you've ever had Neil in your house, you'll notice two things, which is firstly, Neil will make your house look smaller than it usually does. Nick is a fan of tiny things, and I pointed out that meant that Nick dating Neil was slightly...
off-brand.
Yes, but then I realised that you make everything else in her life look slightly tinier, and actually the net effect is far towards the tiny. But basically, Neil will collide with lights, and then you get excellent gifs like this one, which is amazing. And stickers.
And stickers.
And this is in Tim Phipps's house, which is just down the road, as we established earlier. Yes. So we could go on a field trip. All turn up.
Can we please take everyone to Tim and Dan's house and just be like, hi?
Yes, and the reason Claire Briley was going to moderate this before she got ill is because, along with Greg's Pickerskill and some others, she was on that Future of Fandom panel all that time ago. And yes, Greg Pickerskill is the one who anointed the third row the Future of Fandom.
Before we move on to the next slide, do we have any reactions from the Discord yet?
Hang on.
I mean, probably a lot of gifs.
We have some questions, we have some comments.
This is very much a comment rather than question kind of panel, isn't it? So.
I think so, yeah.
And can the roving mic be turned on? Oh, tech is moving. Yes.
Not on yet.
No, the yellow
one.
Oh,
Hello.
Hey.
I had the mute button on. Sorry.
Oh.
So we have some comments from the audience. Mark Plummer, fan historian, researcher extraordinaire, says that also present in the literal third row was Peter Maybe, who was then about 78.
Yeah, I mean, you know, he is in the third row, but he never responds to our calls.
He's 97 now.
And Claire also fills in that the other member of the panel was Fran Dowd.
Yes.
And that most, if not all, of the panel are older now than I was on the panel in 2004.
Yes. Yes, that's a yes. Thank you for that fact.
And also,
once again, this is how time works.
me and John are, you know, within a few weeks of age, so it's either sort of the third row members, half and half, or all of us. That's the
shout out to Mark Plummer though, because he did some research before this panel.
Mark Plummer.
Mark Plummer. It's like Team America World Police, except with Mark Plummer rather than... Okay. He did some research for this panel. He made very thorough research, because he obviously went back over LiveJournal and tracked down discussions between some of us before we went to this EasterCon about our plans to go to the Future of Fandom panel at EasterCon.
Little did you know.
Little did he know. If someone can, in the audience, who received that document, can find some of the quotes from it and post it in the Discord, that would be quite fun, because there's also comments from Tom explaining his version of who the third row are and that sort of thing.
Yeah, I think.
In fact, Claire will have the document and Mark will have the document because they're watching. So yeah, please post that information in the Discord.
They're watching, they're 90 seconds behind us because of the stream.
Okay, well,
they're 90 seconds behind us.
We'll come back to
because
this
of the
point.
stream.
So I was at the post office. No, but the thing that it made me slightly sad, because what made it clear is how ready, like there is an alternate universe in which Tom is the next Mark Plummer, because he really had the makings of a budding fan historian, and now he's I would describe him as an eminent shitposter. one of the very best. But but there is an alternate reality where he is an eminent fan historian, and that would have been very good.
Yeah, you want to see some true shitposting? It's Tom who is contrary. on Twitter and such. I take no responsibility for anything you may find.
I don't think he does. I think it's responsibilityless. That's good.
Could I?
So Meg, how are you finding? Is this explaining? Is this good?
So to contextualize, I've also opened up the Discord so I can check at the same time, and it's not helping. I mean,
good.
It is. It explains a lot,
but not in a linear historical sense. No.
But that's how time works, and that's what I'm struggling with.
Jeremy Beremy.
Yeah.
What I do like is the next WorldCon, I'm going to have ribbons that say, but that's how time works. And it's going to be good.
What I just want to... Oh, is it all right if I have a quick comment?
I was going to say the next WorldCon, which is in Glasgow.
Yes.
So I'm just wondering whether or not there needs to be a program item, the next WorldCon.
There is one in China first.
Yeah, the next WorldCon that is a year after the EasterCon, on which you have a panel where you talk about the future of fandom.
Yeah.
Because wasn't it that you said that was the year before?
Oh, I see. Yes, it was. Yeah, 2004.
I'm trying to follow time working. It's hard.
2004 EasterCon led to the 2005 bread panel. Yeah. So you are correct. This panel, obviously,
it's been known to happen. That there should be a sandwich panel. Is this something we should propose to program?
We'll just add a Hugo category.
And then everyone will still argue about it.
I do think...
Just like the Hugos.
Yeah. This is missing a Scottish slide, and we don't have... So, yes, we are missing that aspect. And indeed, I think some of them studied together.
Yes.
Which actually is a whole other branch that we didn't
Guest of honour, Carrie Sperring has
hands going up in the audience. So Nick has the microphone and we'll talk, and then Carrie behind you has a hand up.
Oh, great. I'm rude and I didn't put my hand up. I was just wanting to interject. So Abigail, if you want it to be a Hugo category, does that mean you're volunteering to go to the business meeting?
In China.
I'm sure we could deputize someone for such an important category. Really.
I do feel, as a Scottish WorldCon, and I must endorse this move towards recognising the importance in SF of the sandwich, which I feel is critically underrepresented. But it is a Scottish WorldCon in a tradition that was largely begun by Americans. So the sandwiches in question should all, in fact, be fried.
Be very glad Esther is not here. No, see, the question is not that. Is that the sausages will all be square.
Yes.
Never mind this.
Bloody love square sausage.
Doesn't have to be fried, but the sausage has to be square.
Shall we do some more slides?
We can do the next three relatively quickly because I think it's adding people. So keep progressing a little bit. And there we go. And fill in some more gaps. So when we get to the full screen. So this is not, I would say, a complete listing. This is because this is what fits on a 5x5 grid, 5x5 grid.
Yep.
5x5.
In order to illustrate over the remainder of the panel some areas in which people have become involved, but there's lots of other.
You can slice this up in many different ways, and we miss Chance.
Yeah, Chance Morrison, top right corner. Well, we'll do that at the end. There's sadly no longer with us, but. So this is the selection who are, or at least were here for some of it.
And it makes the letters ick.
It makes the letters ick?
Sort of. Ig.
Ig. Oh, I see.
Ig.
Yeah.
We're very Ig Nobel.
And I feel partly responsible for this.
Oh no. So,
well, I would like, I mean...
If everyone could start chanting Neil at some point in the panel, that would be good, because he is the king of the third row.
Yeah, let's not do that yet. Or ever.
Neil doesn't like it when
But
you
a couple
chant
of
his
people
name.
came a very long way. So Liz and Abigail, I mean, I don't think you came entirely for me. You came to see many other people as well, but thank you. So...
This is my first EasterCon in 13 years.
Oh, Christ.
You may have had something to do with it.
Yeah,
That really is how
tad.
time. That really is
Just
how
a
time
tad.
works. Blimey. Okay. 30. Right.
Speaking of taking over the world, yes.
Liz is here because of peer pressure.
Yes.
And if you want to hear
It's a little
more...
bit more serious now because we look at some of the things that some of us have done.
I think that's a good part that we've had. Just from the original moderator, who was obviously much more prepared, Claire has pointed out, for the programme item to work for Glasgow in perfect synchronicity, there needs to be enough young people in the audience right now to be the disruptors. Oh, you can. But that could also be virtually. So we could have the virtual third row disruptors. So they might need those watching online identify yourselves for the future disrupting of the sandwich panel. And now to the serious business.
Slightly serious.
If we wanted more young people here, it wouldn't have been at 10:30 a.m. on Monday. But if you're watching, good for you.
I did, on one panel I was on, I did include a aside to Liz for when she's watching on catch-up.
Do you want to reveal which panel that was? Or are you just going to make Liz watch?
I want Liz to have to watch all of them.
Okay. So some of us got involved in the BSFA. Jean and I did Vector for a few years. Liz helped with production on Vector. Martin helped with reviews editing of Vector. Ian was a treasurer for a while. And awards administrator. I just think he's a treasurer, natural treasurer. Awards administrator. Anyone else on that one? And I think if you go to then the next one, we have Strange Horizon staff. So I was reviews editor there and later editor-in-chief, and I, as Abigail mentioned, yanked her in against her will, very kind of, sorry.
I'm not complaining.
But she was also reviews editor at Strange Horizons after me, and Dan, along with Maureen Kincaid-Speller and Aishwarya Subramanian, took on the reviews editor mantle after Abigail. And then quite a few people ended up somehow writing reviews for Strange Horizons. I'm not quite sure how that worked.
But it worked by you showing up in their email inbox and saying review for me. That's how it worked.
Some of which were involved with infamous slap fights.
Graham wants the mic.
If we go back one, Graham.
You preempted the point I was about to make, which is thinking of Chance and the, was it Lies of Lochlamora?
Chance reviewed the Lies of Lochlamora, yes, for Strange Horizons. And a number of people took exception to the review. Could someone dig up the link and post that in the Discord? That would be... It was not a positive review. The internet didn't like it. I was on a work trip in Japan when this happened, so I was in the wrong time zone entirely.
Fun fact, I was there and my stepmother received the first ever signed copy of The Lies of Lochlamora. We were the only people at the signing because it was his first one, but she'd followed his blog. So when I then did hear about that, I was quite amused by the level of drama.
And also, to my beloved partner Nick, when we met in Borders, was that the book you were looking at when I came and found you? I think it was, right?
Liz, microphone. Liz, microphone.
Yes. So I did tell part of this story on Friday at your panel. So we had been corresponding for about a month or so because, yes, he slid into my inbox and asked me if I wanted to review for Strange Horizons.
Slid sounds like it. Okay.
Yep. And so we eventually, after a month or so, Neil was going to be in Oxford for a wedding or something, and I said, oh, we should meet up for coffee or something, and Neil was adorably bumbling about that. And so we agreed to meet in Borders, and he snuck up on me and kind of slammed a copy of Magic for Beginners that he was planning to lend to me, but he didn't even say hi or anything. He just put it down and launched into some discussion about, speech about a sandwich shop that
I was nervous.
Yes. But anyway, when he did sneak up on me, I was looking at a copy of Lies of Locke Lamora, which was taken to be that I was kind of trolling him about that slap fight, maybe a tiny bit.
What I like most about Neil is how enthusiastic you are about the things you're enthusiastic about.
Aww.
And it comes through in All These Worlds, Reviews and Essays by Neil Harrison, which is available for a very reasonable £15. But no,
and you get a free copy of an M. John Harrison book that is much better, as long as you buy it today.
And the cover of this book is by an artist from Glasgow. And did you know that there's a Worldcon in Glasgow next year?
It's also organic. It's just, yeah.
Do you have a role in the team? There's space and promotions. Shall I advance the slide?
Please.
Yes. What's next? Oh, the Arthur Clarke Award. Yes. So this is another way we've had our, subversive influence. So I did 2000 and... Because the Clarke Award, they call it the 2008 award, but it's for 2007 books. So I can never quite remember whether I did 2006-07 or 2007-08. I think I was the 2007-08 awards for 2006-07 books.
That's not how time works.
Take it up with Tom Hunter. And then, I can't remember what... And Graham was a judge at the same time. We had already met... Your part of this story comes in at Worldcon, right? We'd met through Worldcon programme. Graham would like the mic after Carrie. Carrie first.
I just want to call a point of order here. Speaking as a representative of the previous generation of new young fans, and we were not the future of fandom, we were that bloody invasion who should get over themselves and stop being stupid and listen to our elders and betters. So, having had, in our arrival, the whole sneering, we then went on to obediently run the bloody cons, work in ops and green room and everywhere else. Excuse me, third row, you have done all the posh jobs. Your turn.
We do have a Conrad slide.
I have a question.
We do have a Conrad slide.
Why isn't Graham on this slide?
He's just down...
Oh, good.
The comfort monitor is not quite in the right... Yeah,
good.
We need to be...
May I answer Neil's question 5 minutes ago?
About how you became...
Yes,
no, because again, that's not how time works. You can't go back.
And now Graham will answer.
You can answer the question I asked
Graham
5 minutes ago, and you can answer it now, but you can't answer my question 5 minutes ago.
John, I'm moving at point 9 of C. So I think sorry, hello, it's Graham here. I think I first encountered this group at a Worldcon planning meeting that Farah Mendelssohn convened in like March of 2005. I first met Neil and Jean.
In a room in Camden, right?
In whatever the horrible Holiday Inn in Camden is. And I think I judged the Clarke Awards for the years 2005 and 6.
Okay.
And you judged it for 2006 and 7, which is the year
And we
we
overlapped in the middle.
shortlisted have. Does that give a factual answer?
And despite being locked in a room for several hours arguing about the shortlist, we remain friends to this day.
Well, this was the point I was going to make at the end. We have not had any group fallings out, I think.
No major schisms yet, yes.
Oh.
20 years, no serious fallings out.
As my sister just said, people have spent a lot of time disagreeing with each other, which says a lot to the culture of it that it hasn't been a falling out, despite. And now Abigail appropriately takes the mic.
No, I was going to say that the key, the secret, is that Neil, the linchpin of the group, is also the one that everyone dunks on. But he is so tall and so powerful that he can withstand our barbs. And that is what holds us all together.
Yep. I will say, I don't know if there is a slide in here about who has worked on EasterCon committees.
There's con running in general, not EasterCon
It is
specifically, so
coming
it'll
up,
be
but that will help to answer
I feel like
Kerry's.
Mr. Hogg keeps looking at me, waiting for a certain nickname to be mentioned.
Captain Wronghead.
Yeah. How did you started that, I'm pretty sure. Why and how? Give.
So wrong about it. So Neil has the nickname Captain Wronghead, and we're going to hear why.
Neil has many nicknames, but he's got Captain Wronghead because he's so wrong all the time. He is emblematic of the Wronghead nation. He leads them to victory too many times, unfortunately. I think it was just like in a restaurant and I was just aggrieved by some terrible take you had. This is before we started calling them takes. This is just when they were just opinions.
Science Fiction Foundation. I'm not on this one. I've never done anything with the foundation.
Yes.
Over to Liz.
I had difficulty with this one because I think I was the SFF secretary, but I can't actually remember when or anything I did. I would like to know, just a side note, I am for some reason at the centre of these slides, and I really think we should put Neil in that position.
I believe the design of the arrangement of these slides and the arrangement of names was to facilitate the clustering in certain ways, in a consistent way through the slides, but take it up with Martin.
But what that really shows us is that the true core, the true heart is Liz.
I think that is the secret.
Which is why Liz is the one in the audience with the microphone.
So, Tom's take, which may or may not have been posted on the Discord.
Liz.
Could someone read out the Soviet style? This is a quote from Tom Anderson writing in 2004-5-ish.
This is a quote from 2005, which I don't think I've ever seen.
Well, I think Reckart says their fandom.
Yes. It's a sort of Soviet-style diarchy. Neil is the president, but Jean's the party chair. Neil covers the online universe, whilst Jean works through dead trees. Since you, brackets traditional fandom, see us primarily through fanzines and London-based meetings, it's not surprising that you're more aware of Jean, who's pretty much our ambassador to fandom. Neil, on the other hand, is a future king of fandom.
I think you have performed the role more than Jean over the long term as the conduit to wider fandom.
If Jean will move to Australia.
I know.
Yep. But as Tom wrote on the 2nd of March 2005, Liz is a recurring extra added recently in an attempt to boost ratings. So that's gone very well.
She reached regular status pretty quickly.
Yeah.
Season 2. Yeah. I was like season 7 when like the contracts were coming up for renewal and some people started demanding very large amounts of money.
Anyway, Graham runs the Science Fiction Foundation, so we have that as well. We've got that at the moment.
Oh yes, we do a podcast. It's called Octothorpe. It's all right.
Pretty good.
It's frankly amazing that there's only one podcast between us. I mean, I feel like this is how we have failed as young fans, that only two of us are podcasters.
I've been pointed at because I did once record two interviews for a podcast, and that's as far as I got, but you know.
Hang on, the podcast is how we failed 5 years ago. TikTok is how we're failing right now.
TikTok is for young people. We are officially not young people. But most podcasters are definitely of our generation.
Yeah, that's true.
I keep trying to persuade. Me and Hogg were going to do a podcast called Nerdy Boys with No Practical Skills, but I haven't been able to nail him down to a recording date yet, so it was tricky. But
also, if you have the ability to record a podcast, you have at least some practical skills.
Painting miniatures is a very practical skill.
So for those who didn't hear, Hispania went, "Is it?" In that tone of voice. I'm not allowed. I know I don't have practical skills because I'm not allowed to. Hispania is
it dangerous?
Yes. I'm not allowed to use tools. I'm allowed to use computers because I can't do any lasting damage to myself with them, unless I really try.
Emotional damage, though.
Maybe.
And there is a live Octothorpe later today.
Yes.
To which everyone should go.
Yes.
Yes.
I mean, if
was it 3 o'clock? No, 1:30.
No, 1:30.
1:30.
Alison will be a giant head.
Very much like Patrick Moore in Games Master.
Yes.
I hope.
So Anna and I won TAF. So I went to Reno, where I met my wife España, and I was the youngest ever TAF winner, which is still true, which is weird. But I waited until I was 21 so I could drink. Sensible. And then Anna won it because I was like, you should run for TAF, you should run for TAF. And then, what's that?
And
Yeah.
John and Claire Briley.
Yes. But then Anna went,
Hi, Claire.
and Tamora Pierce was the guest of honor at Kansas, right? Yeah, and Anna is a big Tamora Pierce fan, so that worked out very well. And then I interviewed Anna. You can go and see the interviews on YouTube, so I then collated her trip report. So you can buy both of our trip reports for the low, low price of £5 from
Yes.
procrastinations.co.uk.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm not doing
John
no bundles.
convinced Anna to run,
So,
and then
for context,
made
your
the
book costs £5 more than me and Anna's books put together.
Yes.
And that is
Yes.
probably a fair reflection.
And at the moment, you get 2 books. You get the
Yes.
John Harrison book as well.
So you are significantly undervaluing yours, probably.
John, would you like to talk about the fan fund auction?
Neil. So, Hogg and I were a good team. And
the mic.
Neil, I asked Neil whether he thought he should put a copy of all these worlds into the fan fund auction. And he was like, well, what do I do to like sweeten the deal? And I said, you should offer a Tuckerization in your next column so that whoever wins it can be in your next column. And he seemed to think that worked less well with non-fiction than fiction. So that was not the eventual idea. So you offered to write a 1,000-word review.
Mike.
Oh, you offered to write a 1,000-word review of whatever the winner wanted.
On this card, it said whatever item.
Yes. So like, and to be fair, there's quite a lot of scope here, and I still don't think the audience fully realised how good that was.
I stand by, as Phil Nansen helped coming up with this last night, that he should review one of the later Gore books.
So
there was a surprisingly fierce bidding war between your consortium.
Yeah.
And your
I had no intention of ever winning that. I checked with Hoggy before bidding it up.
It's good. But like, so
But
there are
I would have
several-
paid if I needed to.
There are several. There
Yeah,
was
someone
someone else.
else
It
was
wasn't just me
bidding.
and Emily. There was a
It-
third
it-
bidder. Sorry to the third bidder. Jerry was bidding. Yeah.
Yeah.
So but
It ended at
this opens
7.5.
up. This opens up so many avenues, right? Because you could have Neil review all these worlds, reviews and essays by Neil Harrison, and that would have been very funny. But I did think it was probably too cringe, because if anyone outside the joke ever saw the review, I worried it would dent your professional reputation. So I thought that would be mean. And I thought,
hang on, context here. I currently do not know. So John and Andrew won the bid. I
Yep.
currently do not know what they have in store.
there's so many options. But we have landed on an answer, I think, which is the one we were discussing in the pub yesterday. Are you happy with that, Hogg? Okay, so
Hogg nods.
I don't know if you're familiar, and I don't think I might be wrong. I think I'm right in saying you've never reviewed any of the copious Star Wars book canon.
Not reviewed, no.
Cool.
I've read a few.
Yes.
The
so-
Timothy Zahn trilogy back in the day.
Oh, okay. So we were tempted to get you to review the Timothy Zahn trilogy, but then we thought that's too good. Like, there's too much literary merit to those books. And so, and then there's a Kevin J. Anderson trilogy called the Jedi Academy trilogy.
So I hear.
Yes, about how Luke makes Jedi Academy, and it's all very good. And that trilogy is primarily why so many people were very upset about Luke in The Last Jedi.
Is that also one of the trilogies that got kind of memory hold and destroyed?
Oh, they all did, yeah. No, none of this is canon. Because the new canon is too good for our purposes. So anyway,
They had quality control with the new ones.
Yeah.
So, okay.
But we decided not to make you. So what we're going to do is there was also a there was a 4-book chain of Star Wars X-wing books written by Michael A. Stackpole, featuring Corran Horn, who is the galaxy's best starfighter pilot, detective, Jedi, and lover. And he is people. There are so many fans of the expanded universe who unironically called Rhea Mary Sue, but love those books, and I don't understand, because Corran Horn is the Mary Sue to end, or Mary Sue's. But we're not going to make you read those books. What we're going to make you read... What we're going to make you read... We're going to make you read I, Jedi...
At least it is still reading, so that's...
It is reading. We're going to make you read I, Jedi by Michael A. Stackpole, which is a sequel to those 4 books, which takes place during the Kevin J. Anderson trilogy. So it is chock full of things that will make no sense at all. It's got Luke Skywalker. It's got the funny creatures from the Thrawn trilogy that block out the Force. It's got Star Destroyers. It's got Corran Horn being the best starfighter pilot, Jedi, detective, and lover.
I feel like you may be giving me too much context already, and I should not hear any more about it.
No, I'm going to stop now, but I'm looking forward to your review.
The other aspect is, where is this review going to be posted? And I'm talking to Strange Horizons staff right now when I say this.
I'm going to provide it directly to the bidders, and they can do with it as they wish.
Well, what I want to do...
You can print it out and stick it in the back of your copy if you want.
No, I'm aiming higher.
Okay.
Which is, I don't know how much a page in Glasgow 24's souvenir book is going to cost. But they sell ads. And so...
and we do need the money. Have you got your membership?
So yeah, but we've got options, we've got plans. It's all in hand. I'm very happy. It's the best £75 I've ever spent on anything. And I mean,
almost certainly not.
So it's only £32.50 each, which is such a bargain. I genuinely don't think anyone understands how much of a bargain that is.
Shall we move on? There we go. Con running.
Yes.
Who wants to take this one?
I mean, I don't think I'm on this slide.
I don't think I should be on this slide. I've been peripherally involved in some program work, but that's about it.
If that counts, then I should be on the slide. I think most of the others have had relatively, and it's specifically WorldCon and EasterCon. I've chaired other cons, but in terms of those, I've had lower level positions.
Any and all con running counts here?
I definitely feel like you should be on this slide.
It would be the only other slide I'd be on. However, I was sitting in the 3rd row that day, so I didn't have to do any of those posh jobs to get here. I've run Filk cons, and I ran a Harry Potter con. Not quite single-handedly 12 years ago.
And he also helped to keep the production of this book on track, and John did the typesetting, so that could be another slide.
I have a challenge for you all.
Okay.
As a member of proletarian fandom, as opposed to the intelligentsia we see here, the last EasterCon, I completed my EasterCon bingo card. I have worked every single damn station at an EasterCon. I thought I'd missed newsletter, but I actually remember I did, in fact, help with it somewhere back in the early 90s. I expect to see every single one of you who is a regular EasterCon attendee in my green room carrying a drinks tray, because damn it.
And if you have any time later today, they desperately need you right now.
I worked green room in 2007. I remember because I was very hungover.
I have done some green room work. I've done some gophering.
Yeah. So,
I've done a bit. And you have done newsletter.
Yeah, John gets an exemption because when John was 12, or something like that, there was a con in Cambridge which had a serious incident which involved all the committee having to go away and deal with the incident. And we left John, aged 12, and Abby Brown, aged 11, to run the convention. So John gets a pass. The rest of you, however,
It was my third convention. I was 18, and me and Abby were the duty committee members, which was weird because we weren't on the committee, but the committee was very busy. That was also the one where I can't remember the name of the chap who is in charge of Green Ronin Publishing, which is a games company that makes Mutants and Masterminds, and we had a panel on world building, and we had all been having a great laugh in the green room, and then he turned up, we were like, oh, he might be serious. And then at the end of the panel, when he said, I was really hoping to talk about goats with lasers on their heads, we were like, oh no, we have missed a trick here.
Which con was this?
Recombination in Cambridge in 2007 at New
Oh yeah, I was on the committee, not on the committee, I was on the committee of the Filk side of that con. I did work on that con as well, and I do remember it's like, okay, well, the Filk side's separate, so we should be fine, while, yes. I suspected it was that one. That wasn't my fault. But the first convention I worked on at all was another Unicon back in 2002, when I was actually 13.
Yeah. I mean, I think quite a lot of us have had some roles within convention organisation, although often on the programme side. Clearly our most senior con runner, on the grounds that I think she's been to SMOFCon more than the rest of us put together, would be Liz.
I've been to SMOFCon once.
Really?
Yeah. That's what we just said, Liz.
I do claim seniority, I think, because I think I'm the only person who's been a Worldcon division head and not quit.
Yep. Which I think means I'm more sensible. I'm trying to cultivate a reputation for resigning.
Is that not the next slide?
I think, yeah, I think that, yeah.
It's very tedious, and I always join with a sense of great hyper-focus and excitement, and then realise that it is very tedious, and then...
I mean, I've quit a Worldcon, it's not hard.
To be fair, if I hadn't quit from the next... so I was working for Levitation. If I hadn't quit, I probably wouldn't have had time to typeset All These Worlds, Reviews and Essays by Neil Harrison, which is available from all good bookshops for £15.
Was Meg...
I was like, you can quit a Worldcon?
No. You can't, because I've seen you answer questions, and you always answer yes, hence moderating.
Brief addendum to this. I mean, it is framed at the moment as a Worldcon and EasterCon con runners, but yeah, I mean, we've got Emily running FiltCons. You guys have run Caption in Oxford. I don't know if other members of the other members of Third Row have run other conventions, but yeah, so they're kind of our tendrils go.
Well, Liz should run an EasterCon though.
It is about time there was a Third Row.
I moved 6,000 miles to avoid that.
In Thailand.
Liz, you could be in charge of hybrid.
Yeah, Liz lives in Thailand, for anyone who doesn't have that context.
Which is
but she should still be running the EasterCon.
Are there any good con venues in Bangkok? I mean,
do we have any geography slides in this presentation?
No.
Didn't we also establish the other day when we were discussing this that EasterCon doesn't have to actually be in the UK? There's nothing in the bylaws to
What
say
bylaws?
There's no bylaws.
Well, so there's
bylaws
there's no
for
reason why
wusses.
it couldn't, for example, happen in Bangkok one year.
Yes, because we've got Liz and Nellie lives there now, so that's two. You've got two people. You could do it. But like in terms of geography, so there is a concentration in Wallington and sort of in South London.
South London.
South London. And then there's a concentration in Newcastle upon Tyne and Sunderland, which is where Ian lives. So if there was a Tyne and Weir slide, it would be me, Nick, Neil, Hispania, and Ian.
And Janet, yeah.
And Janet. Is Janet on the slides?
No.
No. Boo. But, you know, I think a little Newcastle con, there's a
Oxford.
Hilton.
There's an Oxford lot still.
It would have a great games room.
And, you know, there's not just south of London, we have sort of other parts of London as well.
We have.
Yes. We've taken various areas of London.
Moving into position.
The pincer movement on Oxford is almost complete.
Speaking of the fancy people.
That's what I was going to say. So you've done the posh jobs.
I think this should be Hugo Award finalists with my ex-NPC member hat on.
You had the chance to proofread the slides, John.
Oh, I refuse. That sounds like work.
So you trust his typesetting? Just checking.
He paid someone else to proofread it.
There was an awkward conversation when it came to how much to invoice Neil for my typesetting, and Neil uttered the immortal words, "You have to charge an amount that you might be willing to do it again next time." So there might be a next time, but that will be intriguing. But yes, so Abigail won a Hugo.
So did Graham.
You got what?
Slapped by John Scalzi.
Give him the mic.
Give him the mic.
Graham Slide?
One of Hugo and got slapped by John Scalzi.
I got
Which of those do you
booed by
treasure-
George R.R. Martin.
Which of those do you treasure more?
The award is more permanent. Oh, and quoted The West Wing in my acceptance speech. I can't remember if you did that.
Who did you quote?
No,
I quoted The West Wing in my tweet after I got the award.
No, but the SF Encyclopedia was like a big block of cheese, free for any and all. Which, yeah, that was the achievement.
Yeah, so Graham won for the Science Fiction Encyclopedia. Abigail won as fan writer. The rest of us have not won.
Yet.
Strange Horizons.
Strange Horizons, Octothorpe.
I was nominated for Octothorpe. They were nominated for
and Liz and John were nominated for Octothorpe. John has also been nominated
for Journey Planet.
fanzine-wise.
Yeah, because if you want Tim nominated for a fanzine, just stand next to James Bacon for long enough. So like that is kind of tricky. Octothorpe is the one I got nominated for that I'm like feel like I had more agency in. But I was staying with you and Nick when we got the news. So I was like, I've just had an email from Chicago that I'm not allowed to tell you about. And Neil just looked at me and went, well done. And then went to bed. And it was good. But yeah, I found out we were house hunting and I got a text from Alison saying, this one we have to keep secret. And I had not checked my emails yet. Because we very nearly told everyone about the BSFA Award non by accident due to Discord permissions. But yes, that was good.
Oh, and Ian Clark, is he on?
Yeah.
He's
Yes,
on there,
fan
just
artist.
can't see him. Yes, Ian's fan artist.
Including his work for Glasgow 2024 Worldcon.
Which
It's
everyone should
available
join.
in the dealer's room.
Yep.
So, have you never been nominated for Best Fan Writer?
Nope.
We should probably fix that. Not.
That is
Fix is
the
a dangerous
plan.
word.
That is absolutely the plan.
We need to rectify that. Please, everyone,
there is no
nominate
plan.
this man.
Yeah, I
for
don't
Best
think
Fan
we're
Writer
allowed
at
to
the
make
Hugo.
plans.
Please, if you take anything
as
away from
such,
this panel-
doesn't that get you taken off the ballot if you make plans?
If you
so
take anything
What
away
I
from
would
this panel,
suggest...
So
please
don't
take away.
say things like we need to fix that, because the word fix is this oddly loaded.
If you take anything away from this panel, please take away that we are not organised enough to plan any of
Yeah.
this.
What I would suggest is that you go to briardonbooks.uk where Neil has a blog and sometimes reviews appear there, and also places the LA Review
LA Review of Books.
It is
Strange
the LA
Horizons.
Review of Books, and Strange Horizons and all those
Vector.
sorts of things. So this is what I would suggest, and then nominate Neil.
May I suggest that if you were going to make a plan of that kind or even hint at it, it would be spectacularly stupid to do it on a videoed and recorded live stream. Just saying.
I don't think. Right. Okay. So
I mean,
maybe
it
this
was
is,
John.
I apologise to anyone watching who's involved with Chengdu Worldcon, but I don't think I understand the organisational structure of the Chengdu Worldcon sufficiently to be able to influence it nefariously in any meaningful way. And there is a regular segment about this on our podcast where we discuss the organisational structure of Chengdu and boggle.
You can't not.
I
The nomination's still open. You shouldn't nominate me anyway this year anyway, because I didn't do anything last year. It's this year I'm doing stuff.
Yeah, it's
You
the
had at least one thing
organisational
out
structure
last
of
year.
Glasgow that we should be worried about.
Yes.
And speaking of Glasgow,
But Neil needs a rocket.
Abigail should read the quote.
So Martin put this on this slide because he was quite tickled by it. Because this is a quote from Paul Cornell in, I guess, 2006-ish? 7. This lot revolve around the fan, critic and clerk or judge Graham Slight like the planets revolve around the sun. If we go to the next slide. Just want to correct the record on that one, I guess. I think we only...
We all know
The
universe.
Sorry. You're loud, but not,
The universe revolves around the Earth, not around the sun.
Exactly.
So, I'm a space physicist.
I think we've only got one more, so...
May
Go back.
One.
It's missed out the part. Martin has been selected with that because it's missed out the part where it's if the planets continue to take the piss out of the sun or something along those lines.
So that part's accurate.
May I supply one other bit of context, which is, I think that was a Paul blog entry after the 2007 Chester EasterCon, where a bunch of us went out for what I still remember as one of the most hilarious meals of my life in an otherwise deserted curry house. And the narrative hook for this was Paul was talking about reading Thomas Pynchon's Gravity's Rainbow and being unable to get past the bit about 15 pages in where there was an adenoid gland the size of St. Paul's Cathedral that had to be fed with bales of cocaine. And I don't think many of us were like particularly drunk or otherwise intoxicated, but it just devolved into a meal where people repeated that word. Repeated that word.
Are you sure that that meal wasn't in the 2010 Worldcon? Because I did attend a meal with Paul Cornell in which he informed me that I hate goodness.
Paul is one of our many patron saints as a row, I think.
Yes. But so, to ask a serious question, are you surprised that you are the first third row EasterCon guest of honour?
In that, I am astonished that I was a guest of honour at all. Yes, very much so. But I think, I would have pointed at Liz, probably.
I'm going to point at John.
I'm going to point at Graham.
Liz would have pointed at John. And Graham said it's like the last scene of Reservoir Dogs.
So I was also you said a minute ago that you didn't really do much last year in terms of like writing, but you've done quite a lot this year. The
false appeared justice.
Did being invited? So is it a coincidence that you're a guest of honour and you've made a book and you started writing again?
No, not even slightly.
Yeah. So that without this, would you not be writing your new column and things like that?
Almost certainly.
Yeah.
It was a kind of encouragement / authorization to be very self-indulgent and self-publish a book.
But also, like, you've got your new column at strangehorizons.com, which is called
Depth of Field.
Depth of Field, which is very good, and everyone should read it. So that's also a thing that's come out of, yeah. It's good.
So thank you to the committee for inviting me.
You were so when you told me you'd been invited and you weren't sure whether to say yes, I was like, say yes, say yes, say yes, say yes, say yes. My role is the yes man in that I tell other people to say yes. While simultaneously saying no a lot. But yes.
Can we just go forward to the last? So, chance was a writer based in the northeast of the US that we got to know pretty much online only. We met her in person once or twice, but she was on the mailing list with us in the third row. She was in all the discussions, and very sadly passed away, this time last year, slightly before that? So 2 years now.
She died in the fall, and I think it was in 2021. That's what I remember.
Okay. Yeah. So we just wanted to acknowledge her, because obviously the member of the group can't be here, and her joy in life was slap fights and commentating on them, spectating on them. So, wanted to acknowledge that. So, thank you, Chance. And that's our last slide. Do you understand the third row now?
In a way, only therapists do, to be honest. I was just seeing if there was any questions in the Discord.
We are.
There is not, but you should 100% go back and read that.
Me again.
Hello.
This is actually addressed to John because he raised a question to which I know the answer.
Oh no.
程度的结构两个按照同质的平等原子组织。
What?
And what was the question?
程度的结构两个按照同质的平等原子组织。
Ah. Good.
Achievement of the convention to carry, speechless John.
And that seems like a wonderful point to wrap up. Can we all thank the third row?
I'll note that Carrie is sitting in the third row. You are the future of fandom, Carrie. Don't let anyone tell you otherwise. Thank you so much to Meg for stepping in.
This is one for the old school Angel fans. Is that it? Are we done?
Can I ask you to sign your book?
Which copy is that?
It's me and Hobbs' copy.
Oh, what am I? So what am I doing with it? I mean,
If you sign it, I'll give you the one that I've got at home back.
Is he signing it to you
To resell
or to
it?
you and Hog?
No, I mean, well, I want one signed to John from Neil, or something along those lines.
And the clicker.
so I'm signing this to both of you.
No, to me.
To you personally?
To me.
Right.
And then the second book I will probably give it to someone who is deserving.
Oh, there's a fourth one somewhere there. So there's a clicker. Can you just put it?
Clicker.
Yeah. So I can put the mics over there.
Sorry, I'm going to project. So, because you guys have come early, usually I've been doing this after the, ooh, thank you for turning it on. I don't have to shout. Usually I've been doing this after whatever programming item I've been doing, but I do have 2 copies of Spirits Abroad to give away. So if anyone wants to raise their hand, I will give them to you. You get one, and you get one. Okay, both gone. Let me go get my pen.
I mean, brilliant. Thank you, Tech. So welcome, everyone. It's 12 o'clock on Monday, and I hope you have been having a great EasterCon. And I'm very excited to be here with Zen Cho, one of our guests of honour. And to have the privilege of interviewing you. Just a couple of housekeeping things. So I think we're going out live on the live stream. I know there are some people probably watching us remotely. Thank you to everyone who's got symptoms and is isolating in their hotel room. There is a Discord channel for this event, so either if you're watching remotely or if you're in the room and would rather put a question onto the Discord channel, I've got that on my phone, so I will keep an eye and pass on questions from there, but we will also have a chance for people in the room to ask questions, and I'll ask for a volunteer to go around with a mic when we get to that bit. So, Zen, I'm going to do a bit of intro. I hope that's okay. Obviously, it's all super familiar to you, but it makes a very impressive reading. So, Zen Cho was born and raised in Malaysia and lives in the UK. She is the author of the Sorcerer to the Crown historical fantasy novels, the Lambda Award-nominated novella, The Order of the Pure Moon Reflected in Water, and a short story collection, Spirits Abroad. Her newest novel, Blackwater Sister, a contemporary fantasy set in Malaysia, has been shortlisted for the World Fantasy Ignite and Locus Awards. Zen's short fiction has been awarded a Hugo, honour listed for the Carl Brandon Society Awards, and translated into French, Spanish, Italian, Finnish, Chinese and Japanese. She was a finalist for the Astounding Award for Best New Writer and won the Crawford Award and the LA Times Book Prize, Ray Bradbury Prize for Spirits Abroad, as well as the British Fantasy Award for Best Newcomer for Sorcerer to the Crown. Sorcerer to the Crown was also a nominee for various other awards, including the Locus Award for Best First Novel, and featured on multiple Best Books of 2015 lists. And I never wrote at those kind of lists, but it would have been on mine if I'd written one. Zen edited the short story anthology Cyberpunk Malaysia, a finalist for the popular The Star Reader's Choice Awards. She's been a juror for the Speculative Literature Foundation Diverse Writers and Diverse Worlds grants, and an SFWA mentor for emerging writers, as well as serving on the board of the non-profit Con or Bust, which helps people to get to conventions. Brilliant, brilliant thing. She co-organised the UK Convention 9 Worlds Geek Fest First Race and Culture programming track, spoken about genre and social justice on BBC Radio, Minnesota Public Radio News, and Al Jazeera's online daily TV show, The Stream. When she's not writing, Zen works as a lawyer. She enjoys cooking and baking, reading, gossip, and travel. And
especially gossip.
So, and a very exciting announcement got made just on Thursday, the day before the con, or
I think it was like the day of the con. I think I was traveling on Friday and literally kind of doing
very, very exciting announcement about a new book.
Yes, I've sold a new book to Bramble, which is a new imprint of Tor books in the US for romance. So it's a contemporary romance, doesn't have any speculative content, which surprised me just as much as you when I started writing it. And it's kind of, my agent very sensibly pitched it using these very kind of commercial sounding comps. So it's kind of, she describes it as Succession crossed with
Crazy Rich
Asians with a twist of Persuasion. The only one of those three I've actually read is Persuasion. So, I mean, Succession obviously is not a book, but I say The Parents Are Crash Landing on You, the K-drama of my heart, and the Stroud Report, which is, how do I put this? I don't know if anyone here has heard of the Stroud Report. So it's run by Gordon Brown's sister-in-law, who was born in Sarawak, Malaysia, and is very, very concerned about rainforests there. And she started a blog basically calling out the abuses of indigenous peoples and the exploitation of the forests, which led her eventually to break the country's, Malaysia's biggest corruption scandal in history, the 1MDB scandal. And she wrote an extremely exciting book. I mean, she's a journalist by training, called the Sarawak Report, about what she did, and kind of, so there's some of that as well. For some reason, publishers we sent it to kept saying, it's very serious for a romance. And I said, I don't know why you keep saying it's serious. The disappeared activist lives.
That's a happy ending.
Yeah, exactly. That is a happy ending. But there you go.
It sounds fantastic. And I'm really, really excited that we'll get to read it next year.
Yes, I think so. Hopefully.
Yeah. Fantastic. So, obviously, I loved Sorceress of the Crown and the sequel, but that's a little while ago now, and I thought we'd go straight today to your most recent novel, Blackwater Sister, which is just brilliant.
Thank you.
And just ask you to talk a bit about how you came to write it and maybe what a couple of your favourite bits are.
Yeah, thank you. So this is Blackwater Sister. I will also give away this copy at the end. I guess I'll decide who gets it at the end, depending on who expresses an interest. This is with the US cover by Yuta Anoda. The UK cover is also beautiful, and it's got a kind of batik kind of style. And yeah, Blackwater Sister, so it's about a young woman called Jessamine Teo, and she's Chinese Malaysian American, basically. So she was born in Malaysia, but she moved to America as a toddler, grew up there, and then she's moving back. At the beginning of the book, she's moving back to Malaysia with her parents, who've gone through some kind of life changes and kind of need to kind of go back because there'll be family support. And she starts, she's very stressed, Jess is. So she starts hearing a voice in her head, and at first she thinks that's because of the stress, and then she then works out that it's the voice of her dead grandmother, Amma. And Amma in life was a spirit medium who served the goddess, the Blackwater Sister, who's a sort of fairly vengeful deity Jess then gets to meet in the course of the book. So Jess is drawn into a world of gods, ghosts, gangsters, and grandmas. And yeah, so it was, the way the book came to me, there were kind of two originating influences. When I was writing Sorcerer to the Crown and the True Queen, these are fantasies that set in 1800s England, the kind of Regency period. So I spent a lot of time on the Oxford English Dictionary online, looking up archaic words, to the point that actually a friend who read the book when it came out was like, Zen, I just realized when you talk to us, you must be keeping your conversation at such a low level because you know so many obscure words that I don't understand. So when you talk to us, it must be like C-spot, run, Peter kicks the ball. And I was like, no, it's not like that at all. I'm not like holding back my full powers because you're an idiot. I talk like a normal person, obviously. But I just thought these kind of archaic, fairly obscure words would have a kind of power that a made-up word wouldn't necessarily have. It would have a kind of convincingness to it, but then it would also help me to build a world for readers where, it's our world, but it's different because it's like got magic in it. So I kind of wanted to use that to give the world kind of substance. But in the course of my researches, I came across the word hag-ridden, which is a great word, right? And it basically kind of means stressed. But obviously it has a literal meaning of being ridden by a hag, i.e. a witch. And it immediately gave me this mental image of this young woman who's being ridden around by her terrible ancestors, And the original title was actually Hag-Ridden, and my publisher was like, oh, that's a bit too horror-y, so let's try to find a different title. And so there was that piece, and then the other piece came when I read this book by Jean DiBernardi, who's a professor of anthropology at the University of Alberta now. And she wrote a book called The Way That Lives in the Heart, and it's based on her field research that she did in Penang, Malaysia, a city with which I have very strong kind of family connections. And so she went in the 1980s and did field research among spirit mediums there, like priests in the kind of Taoist Chinese folk religious tradition who would be possessed by gods, and then you could kind of go to the temple and ask them questions, ask them for advice, say I'm not feeling very well, and they would give you a charm or whatever to heal you. And this is a religious tradition that I grew up in. My parents have since, in late in life, converted to Christianity, but prior to that, that was kind of their religious background. And actually, to this day, these kind of beliefs interact with their Christian beliefs in quite interesting ways, and in ways that you kind of see a little bit in the book. But when I was growing up, because my parents were very, very cautious about the gods, so there's a line in the book about Jess's parents where it says, Jess's parents, tended to leave the gods alone in the hope the gods would do them the same favor. And it was a very similar attitude with my parents, that we'd go to the temple once or twice a year, but otherwise, they were very cautious about that whole subject. So in particular, they never really explained what was going on at the temples, and my mom was very scared of spirit mediums, actually, so she didn't consult them herself, although she would talk about my aunts going to consult them when they had life problems. And so when I read Jean DiBernardi's book, what actually it did for me was provide an intellectual framework for this faith tradition that I'd grown up around. And I thought, oh, it's so rich in story and it's so interesting. I'm really interested in kind of I guess the kind of, you might call them irrational beliefs that people hold. And I thought this will make a great book. And so those two ideas came together where the young woman haunted by her ancestors, hag-ridden by her ancestor, turned to be Jess. And the hag was her grandmother. And Jess then becomes a reluctant spirit medium for first her grandmother and later the Blackwater sister.
And was it always a contemporary?
Yeah, it was always a contemporary, because this is a contemporary practice. Like I say, the research was done in the 1980s, but it's still going on today. And actually, it's part of my research. I mentioned this in one of the other panels, the Undead or Alive panel that I did, where as part of my research, I would YouTube spirit mediums, like in the current day. And there's actually a lot of videos on YouTube of spirit medium performances, right? And some like Chinese guy will get dressed up and then he'll be possessed by the monkey god and he'll have kind of like a monkey's, gestures and so on. And when I was watching these, I mentioned to some Asian friends that I was doing this and they were like, oh, are you not worried you'll get possessed when you're watching these? And I was like, well, not until you said that, no. Now I'm worried. But yeah, they can be quite spooky, actually. So even as someone I would say who's not a believer. So yeah, it's very much a modern day practice as well as a traditional,
So I think, do you want to read to us a bit?
Yeah, so I'm just going to read from the first scene of Blackwater Sister. So you've obviously heard a lot about it already. It's the very first scene of the very first chapter. The first thing the ghost said to Jess was, "Does your mother know you're a bunkit?" The ghost said it to shock. Unfortunately, it had failed to consider the possibility that Jess might not understand it. Jess understood most of the Hokkien spoken to her, but because it was only ever her parents doing the speaking, there were certain gaps in her vocabulary. Jess didn't take much notice of the ghost. She might have been more worried if she was less busy, but in a sense, she'd been hearing disapproving voices in her head all her life. Usually it was her mom's imagined voice lecturing her in Hokkien, but the ghost didn't sound that different. Even so, the ghost's voice stuck with her. The line was still repeating itself in her head the next day. She was waiting with her mom for the guy from the moving company. Mom was going through the bags of junk Jess had marked for throwing away, examining each object and settling some aside to keep. Jess had spent hours bagging up her stuff. This second go-over was totally unnecessary. But it was a stressful time for Mom, she reminded herself. It was a huge deal to be moving countries at her age, even if she and Dad called it going home. Back to Malaysia, they said, as though the past 19 years had been a temporary aberration instead of Jess's entire life. We said we were going to cut down on our possessions, Jess said. I know, said Mom, but this hairband is so nice. She waved a sparkly pink hairband at Jess. You don't want to wear Min? Dad gave me that when I was 10, said Jess. My head's too big for it now. Mom laid the hairband down, grimacing, but she couldn't quite bring herself to put it back in the garbage bag. Her innate hoarding tendencies had been aggravated by their financial instability. It seemed almost to give her a physical pain to throw things away. Maybe your cousin Ching Yi can wear, she murmured. Ching Yi is older than me, said Jess. She could feel her voice getting sharp. Patience didn't come naturally to her. She needed to redirect the conversation. The line came back to her. Does your mother know you're a what? Mom, Jess said in English. What does bunkit mean? Mom dropped the hairband, whipping around. What? Where did you learn that word? Startled by the success of her feint, Jess said, I heard it somewhere. Didn't you say it? Mom stiffened all along her back like an offended cat. Mom doesn't use words like that, she said. Whatever friend told you that word, you better not hang out with them so much. It's not nice to say. This struck Jess as hilarious. None of my friends speak Hokkien, Mom. It's a Malay word, said Mom. I only know it's because my colleague told me last time. Hokkien, we don't say such things. Hokkien doesn't have any swear words, said Jess skeptically. It's not a swear word. Mom cut herself off, conscious she'd betrayed too much, but Jess pounced. So what does bunkit mean? It took some badgering before Mom broke down and told her. Even then, she spoke in such vague, roundabout terms. You know these people, they have a certain lifestyle, that it took a while before Jess got what she was driving at. You mean like a lesbian? Said Jess. Mom's expression told her all she needed to know. After a moment, Jess laughed. I was starting to think it was something really terrible. Mom was still in prim schoolmarm mode. Not nice. Please don't say such things in front of the relatives. I don't know what you're worrying about, said Jess. If they're anything like you, I'm not going to be saying anything in front of the relatives. They'll do all the saying. Good, said Mom. Better not say anything if you're going to use such words. The hairband lay forgotten on the floor. Jess swept it discreetly into the garbage bag. Come on, focus, she said. This is taking forever. Remember, they're coming at 4. Mom is not efficient, said her mom, flustered. But this acknowledged, she went on at the same snail's pace as before, picking through each bag as though with sufficient care the detritus of Jess's childhood might be made to yield some extraordinary treasure. Whatever the treasure was, it wasn't just herself. Everything had boded well when she was a kid. Exemplary grades, AP classes, full ride to an Ivy. But look at her now. 7 months out from college, she was unemployed and going nowhere fast. Everyone she'd known in college was either at some fancy grad school or in a lucrative big tech job. Meanwhile, Jess's parents had lost all their money, and here she was, their one insurance policy, their backup plan, still mooching off them. Cried Mom. She sounded as though she'd discovered the Rosetta Stone. Remember this? Even when you're small, you're so clever to draw. The drawing must have been bundled up with other less interesting papers, or Jess wouldn't have thrown it away. Mom had kept every piece of art Jess had ever made, her childhood scrawls treated with as much reverence as the pieces from her first and last photography exhibition in her junior year. The paper was thin, yellow and curly with age. Jess smelled crayon wax as she lifted it to her face and was hit with an intense shot of nostalgia. A spindly person stood outside a house, her head roughly level with the roof. Next to her was a smaller figure, its face etched with parallel lines of black tears. They were colored orange because as a child, Jess had struggled to find any crayons that were a precise match for Chinese people's skin. Both figures had their arms raised. In the sky, the upper left-hand corner of the drawing was the plane at which they were waving, flying away. Jess didn't remember drawing the picture, but she knew what it was about. How old was I? 4 years old, said Mom. Her eyes were misty with reminiscence. That time, Daddy still couldn't get a job in America. Luckily, his friend asked Daddy to help out with his company in Kuala Lumpur, but Daddy had to fly back and forth between here and KL. Each time went back for 2-3 months. Your kindergarten teacher asked me, is Jessamine's father overseas? Then she showed me this. I thought, alamak, cannot like this? Min will get a complex. I almost brought you back to Malaysia. Forget America, never mind our green cards. It's more important for the family to be together. Jess touched the drawing, following the teardrops on the child's face. When was the last time she'd cried? Not when she'd said goodbye to Sharanya, neither of them knowing when they'd see each other again. She told a dumb joke and made Sharanya laugh and call her an asshole, tears in her eyes. Jess must have cried during Dad's cancer scare, but she couldn't remember doing it. Only the tearless hours in waiting rooms, stale with exhaustion, Jess staring over Mom's head as she wept. Why didn't we go back? Said Jess. In the end, Daddy got a job, said Mom. He was going back and forth for a short time only. It's not like you were an abandoned child. I was here. You turned out okay. The words sounded like an appeal for reassurance, but the tone was strangely perfunctory, as though she was rehearsing a defense she'd repeated many times before. You turned out okay, Mom said, again. She took the picture from Jess, smoothing it out and putting it on the pile of things to keep. Yeah, said Jess. She wasn't sure whom they were trying to convince. Thank you.
Thank you. It's a great opening and sets up so many of the things that will carry on being themes and so important in the book. And of course, one of them is whether Jess can answer that question, tell her mother that she's a lesbian, that she has a girlfriend, or...
Yeah, a friend of mine who read it described it as, she was like, I liked how it started with this question and then spends the rest of the book avoiding the question, answering the question.
But it comes back.
Yeah, well, I protest. No. She goes on a journey which gives her the strength to answer the question at the very end.
Yeah.
So, it's not that it avoids the question. Maybe it avoids the question, but Jess is avoiding the question.
Yeah. I mean, and she's avoiding it because of the reaction she gets when her mother tells her, "Don't use that word."
Right.
And her mother is obviously, "You turned out okay." That's a kind of, she's hoping.
Yeah.
You can't tell whether her mum kind of knows a bit, and is hoping not to ever have to hear that. And the whole then, the fact that she's spirit medium, her grandmother, that have the voice that she's hearing, I mean, stubborn but very important. Older grandmothers, dead grandmothers, live grandmothers, dead aunties. It's quite a a recurring thing that you've
Bossy
written about.
supernatural aunties, right? Yeah.
I mean, do you want to talk a bit about what the appeal?
So we're going to talk about the House of Ants later, but I was asked whether it's a story with a lot of vampire ants in it. I was asked whether any of these ants were based on my ants, and I said no individual ant is based on any individual ant that I own, but like all the ants are based on all the ants that I have. And I think, I guess, growing up, I just had such strong female presences in my life, these, aunties who aren't great at boundaries, very loving, very caring, but very, very bossy and annoying at the same time. And I think it's very natural to put them in my work, and they often are very funny, right? And they come up with stuff that I couldn't make up that's absolutely hilarious. So they make quite good material. And actually with Blackwater Sister, one of the things I wanted to do was I felt that I had written very nurturing aunties so far, and I wanted to write one that wasn't nurturing. So Amma, just as grandmother, it's not that, they become kind of allies towards the end, but she's very prickly and she's very bossy, but she's not especially loving, and she's had a tough life, and she's kind of in a way taking it out on everyone else. And that's something that I wanted to portray as a kind of I think actually Asian diaspora fiction, like aunties, are a very common theme. But I think this kind of idea of complicating that a little bit, you're actually seeing a kind of wave of fiction that's kind of doing that, right? Like Everything Everywhere All at Once, obviously, you get that kind of that auntie's point of view where she's like a middle-aged woman. She's like, what the hell has happened to my life? And in a way, she's not that attractive a character at the beginning because she seems very snappy. She's like not particularly, she could be nicer to her daughter. She could be nicer to her husband. But you also see the pressures that she's under and why she's that way. So I think it's kind of it's kind of part of that urge to kind of show the complexity.
And that's true for Amma as well, isn't it?
Yes.
We understand why she's the way she is, and of course that connects to the Blackwater Sister, who is also full of rage and
right. But you find out that's a reason for it.
Yeah.
But Amma is funny, right? Because she is funny and she's quite feisty. And I think partly because she's a little old lady as well. People have an interesting reaction to her. Like there was this guy who's I think he read the book and then recommended to my Spanish publisher to publish it. So it just came out in Spanish in January, which is fantastic. But I was tweeting about the book and he was like, Amma is such a nice, she's such a great character. She never did anything wrong. I was like, except for the one or two attempted murders. He was like aside from those, clearly had just forgotten. She's a little bit murdery.
Yeah, just a bit murdery.
Yeah,
but for very understandable reasons.
Small murder. Yeah.
But yes, so coming back to the House of Ants, which is just it's a great story, and I know it's been hugely popular. And again, it's very pushy, but very caring.
Yeah.
Aunts, even and the cooking is one of the things I love in that story. So okay, maybe we have to eat people, but we're going to eat them properly.
Yeah. So The House of Ants is a long short story that I wrote quite a while ago now. It is published online on Giganotosaurus, so it's still available online. It's also in my short story collection, Spirits Abroad. My interesting fact about its publication is I was sending it out around the time that I just started publishing short fiction, so nobody had ever heard of me, and it was acquired by an editor called Anne Leckie, who you might know better now as the writer of Ancillary Justice. This is pre-Ancillary Justice, or at least before it had published. So that's my kind of interesting fact about it. And she was fantastic because I really wasn't sure if anyone would take it. It's 10,000 words long. It's kind of an awkward length. But she took it on, and she not only did that, but she was like, I think my friends at Podcastle really love the story. It's really long, but it's a great story, so you should send it to them. And indeed, they did accept it, even though it's much longer than basically what they said they were looking for. So yeah, and House of Ants is it's a very meaningful story to me. It is about the premise will sound ridiculous, but basically how I got the idea is about a young girl, a 16-year-old, who's living in a house with 6 of her aunties, and they're all Pontianak, which is a kind of vampire, a kind of local vampire, except they don't suck blood, they mostly eat entrails, they kind of we won't go into the detail, but it's kind of a local, vicious female spirit. And I got the idea by thinking about Twilight. And I thought, like about this kind of very romantic concept of the vampire. And I was like, oh, vampire romance is such a kind of a natural combination in a way, but what would be the antithesis of vampire romance? And it would be, and I thought, well, if you were a vampire, but you also lived in a house with 6 of your vampire aunties who were just constantly in your business and like barging into your room without knocking the door and reading your diary, which happens in the story, and then finding out you've got a crush on your hot schoolmate and then telling you can't date him, he's Malay, and anyway you're 16 so you can't date anyone, and all this kind of thing. So that's kind of what inspired it.
It's absolutely brilliant, and if you haven't read it, you totally should. But yeah, and one of the things that I think reading Blackwater Sister and your short stories and other fiction is I like the way that you trust us, to work out. There's definitely for someone English. UK English is my only language, really. There's definitely words I don't know, but you can work them all out, and it adds to the fun. And I think probably everyone here in this room, we're all speculative fiction readers. We pride ourselves on our ability to work out this kind of thing. But do you get any pushback from editors and publishers saying, "Oh, maybe you should explain things more for the"?
Yeah, I think SFF is particularly good at it at this, because I think there's obviously, as genre readers, there is a kind of pride, as you say, in working out the rules and norms of a new world, and so I think genre readers are very open to that, to kind of the non-English word dropped into the first paragraph, whether that's a foreign language or a made-up conlang, right? But I think also the other piece is that we've had a lot of discussions in SFF over the years, and definitely by this stage, that it's very acknowledged why you might not want to italicize, why you might not want to gloss like a foreign language that appears in an English text. Interestingly, with Order of the Pure Moon, which is my novella that was published by Tor.com a couple of years ago, I've got all these they're not actually useful as postcards because they put a bunch of stuff in the back, but they kind of are like postcards. They are very pretty, and Tor.com sent them to me during lockdown when I had no way of getting rid of them. So if anyone wants them, do come up and grab them at the end. And I do also have, these are really cute buttons. I only have 5 of these and loads of the postcards, but do come and grab one. But so interestingly, when I was editing this, it has Malay and kind of Chinese words in the text, which I hadn't italicized, and Tor.com was completely fine with that, and the copy editor was completely fine with that. But I also used the word frisson on the first page, and I had italicized that, and the copy editor actually de-italicized that, and he was like, well, if you're not doing it for foreign words. I was like, yeah, actually, yeah, okay, I can see your point. So that was quite funny. But I think, to a degree, editors kind of see it as their job to make the text to kind of smooth off all the kind of sharp edges, right? And try to make the text as appealing to as wide a number of people as possible. And as part of that, I definitely say with Blackwater Sister, my editor was very thoughtful about it, but she did say to me, the fact that you have unglossed words that aren't English in the text may put off some readers. You may be losing some readers as a result. You may want to think of this, completely your choice, but you may want to think about having a glossary or having footnotes or having explanations. So I really did think about it. I went away and thought about it, and I actually asked other Malaysian kind of writers and readers what they thought on Facebook. I don't know why, but Malaysians are really obsessed with Facebook. It's mostly Facebook that they use, and where all the dramas happen. There's a lot of drama. And it was interesting, and a lot of people did, some people did actually say, oh, you must explain it because the Westerners won't understand. And I do get one very common reaction I get from Malaysian readers is, how did you get away with writing something so Malaysian for an international audience? Order of the Pure Moon got that. I definitely had readers being like, how did she get away with that? I was like, well, I think people are interested. I don't think it's a matter of getting away with it, but because of it's not what we've seen kind of in Malaysia. It's still very, there's a sense that that's not what Westerners want, that's not what the global audience wants. So people almost start self-censoring, right? And kind of translating themselves for the international audience. I think, but one thing I know, and I know this from just growing, because I grew up in Malaysia reading English books that were not from Malaysia, that were by British and American and Canadian authors. And I just knew that you work it out. You don't need the explanation because like these authors are writing for primarily their own kind of country fellows, and so they didn't feel the need to explain everything. There was assumed level of knowledge, a level of knowledge I didn't have. But I kind of was able to enjoy the stories anyway, so I knew that it could be done. Even and I did it as a child, so it wasn't even like I was particularly intelligent. I mean, I was a fairly intelligent child, but like I wasn't like a grown up, which is
children do that,
right?
Yeah.
So yeah, the other thing I wanted to mention is this very common thing that Malaysians will come back with actually when they're making the arguments, like, well, Enid Blyton didn't explain this, or Agatha Christie didn't explain this, and we still enjoyed her books. And like one of my classic examples is like when I grew up reading Enid Blyton, like a lot of Commonwealth children, and I had this very fixed idea that when the 5 Findouters, they ate a lot of macaroons. You know those coconut macaroons, right? I had this very fixed idea that they were eating uncooked macaroni. Like, I don't know why, but I think because I encountered macaroni because of I spent a little bit of time in the States as a kid, a small child, and I thought when I was like, what is a macaroon? I was like, well, I guess it's like macaroni, but then maybe they haven't cooked it because it definitely sounds like a cold food in the context in which they're eating it. So I just imagine them like crunching away, like,
Yeah,
It's like maybe English people are different, built different. That's tasty to them.
That's brilliant. But I totally agree, though. I think children do. I mean, and certainly, lots of books that I read as a child, maybe set in places, they were written for.
Yeah.
I was reading books written by British authors for British children, but still there was plenty of stuff that I didn't necessarily know.
Yeah.
They were written,
and you just
50 years earlier, and you accept it, and you work it out. I mean, Diana Wynne Jones would say that child readers are often much cleverer about.
I was just thinking of that when she had an idea that was too complex for an adult audience. She'd write it for
children because she knew that the children would be like, yeah, no, that's fine, and it's okay if not everything makes sense.
Yes.
Yeah. I mean, shall we talk a little bit about the Order of the Pure Moon reflected in water, which definitely perhaps picks up some of the thing, that you've written a lot about gods and spirits and so on, and then we have a goddess and a world where the nuns have to go, work in coffee houses and run around with bandits.
Yeah. So that was inspired by a couple of things. So one was Star Wars Rogue One, randomly, and I got really obsessed with the 2 Chinese characters played by Donnie and Jiang Wen, and I really enjoyed that they had, to me, a very familiar dynamic, which is bros, sworn bros, which anyone who's had any interaction with Chinese media will know is a very, very common trope, right, in kind of Chinese stories and thinking. But I thought, and so I was like, oh, I want to write a sworn bros story. But me being me, obviously one of them's got to be a woman. And possibly I was like, maybe both of them will be women, but I wasn't sure. Because I had this idea that one of them would be, sorry, this is like a massive spoiler, but I'm going to go on anyway. Because it's hard to write it's hard to talk about the book without talking about this. Yeah. But the concept was, I was like, okay, I'll have it's this kind of devastated world, because that's kind of Rogue One, they're under the Empire and stuff. Yeah. And to me, it felt, I started getting this idea of it's quite similar to Usia. You have the corrupt authority, and then you have these knights errants, who are helping the common people. And then it only really took off when I was like, oh, I've always wanted to write something about the emergency in Malaya, which is kind of I guess, the manifestation of the Cold War in Malaya, where you had this standoff between communist guerrillas who were predominantly Chinese who had been born or grew up or lived in Malaya. And they initially, they were very influenced by the Communist Party of China, obviously, but they were communists, and they were initially kind of organizing and resisting the Japanese occupation during World War II. At the time, Malaya was a British colony, and they kind of decamped when the Japanese, by they I mean the British decamped when the Japanese invaded. And then they funded the communist guerrillas who were resisting the Japanese from the jungle. And then when the Japanese were defeated and they left, the British came back in, and then the communist guerrillas were like, hold on, we were fighting for the independence of Malaya, not for this, not for the resumption of imperial rule. So they then started resisting the British. And there was a very bitter fight, and very bitter fighting. And the Chinese community particularly came under a lot of pressure. I would say the communists were not exclusively Chinese, but they were very much predominantly Chinese, and there were very strong kind of racial tensions, which were exacerbated by the Japanese occupation and so on. So it's a very complex, very fraught piece of history, and any kind of media that gets made in Malaysia that's trying to kind of give a bit of nuance, because the communist guerrillas are just treated as complete villains in kind of traditional history written in Malaysia. And there have actually been some films, Chinese language films predominantly, that kind of try to present a slightly, they try to complicate the picture, and kind of show why did these guerrillas become guerrillas. A lot of the time they were fighting for certain ideals. They were fighting for an independent Malaya and so on, and those generally get banned. So it's an interesting piece of history, and I wanted to write a bit about that and the kind of pressures you came in under, because basically the only reason that the guerrillas could survive was because of the support of the community, right? And so what the British did was they did a whole kind of win hearts and minds campaign where they resettled a lot of Chinese villages into what are called new villages, with kind of barbed wire around and a curfew. And so, another way to describe them, some people feel it's a bit extreme, but it's a concentration camp, right? But then other people say, oh, well, it's not a concentration camp because there are lots of nice facilities there. So it's a piece of history that's very argued about. But anyway, long story short, I was like, I kind of see these parallels between the South China of Usia and the historical South China and emergency Malaya, where you have, again, authority you can't trust and a kind of embattled population. And then it then felt very natural to have these individuals who are roving around. And also the thing that really sealed it for me was actually the British government and subsequently the post kind of colonial independent government who continued to fight the communist guerrillas actually called the guerrillas bandits. They literally called them bandits, and they would there would be these newspaper pieces where British soldiers would be shown with heads of bandits, without the body, they had separated the two. So obviously very dehumanizing. And I thought that there's something that kind of works there. So it's the world building is kind of nutty melange of they drink out wine out of gourds, and they have they do kung fu, and they don't really seem to have any motorized travel, but at the same time there's also guns, and it's kind of 1950s at the same time, which fantasy lets you do, right? You can just, it's everything in the kitchen sink kind of world building, and the kind of core story is about two people who've been divided from their place of origin by war. They're both votaries of the pure moon, who's a goddess closely based on Guan Yin, the goddess of mercy, and they have been chucked out, and they're just coping with a world that's been completely transformed by war. And I say, so to date, it's both my kind of coziest, kind of happy, funniest story, but also my saddest story.
Very bleak.
There's a kind of very bleak, kind of greater landscape. Yeah.
And we find out some quite bleak things about what's happened to them.
Right.
But,
how they left their temples.
Do you think you might revisit that?
People do ask me that because I think it's really strangely paced. I'm happy to admit that.
It comes to satisfying end.
It comes to quite an abrupt Diana Wynne Jones-ish ending.
It does, yes, that's true.
And I definitely want to write something else in the world, but I haven't been able to get my hands quite around it. I keep having these kind of different ideas about what I want to do. So maybe someday.
I've got loads more questions like this to ask, but I'm very conscious that it is actually nearly 22, so I should definitely open up, I think.
Sorry, it always takes about 2 hours for me
to
explain
it.
I
mean, it's all absolutely fascinating, and we could talk for ages, but we haven't now, so it should see. Let me just also call up the Discord channel. So anyone listening to us online, please do put a question in there. Someone's just said how lovely it was to hear you reading it with the right accent for the mum. So do we have anyone who's happy to? Brilliant, thank you. And do we have anyone in the room who'd like to ask a question? Yes, over there in a black mask, I think.
Thank you. I wanted to ask a question, I suppose it partly in the spirit of the title of the convention and conversation, thinking about I don't even necessarily mean novels, sort of storytelling traditions, but you've mentioned various influences and what you've been talking about and so forth. So I wonder if you could say a little bit more about the types of storytelling that you see yourself in dialogue with a little bit more, and what's influenced you.
So stories that have influenced you.
Yeah,
And-
the kinds of storytelling that
Yeah.
I see myself in dialogue with. Yeah, there are a couple like blocks. So a lot of like there's like my childhood reading is one block. So it's kind of like the British Council Library in KL, their libraries collection. So it's stuff like Terry Pratchett, P.G. Wodehouse, very classic authors. Georgette Hare, Edith Nesbit, Diana Wynne-Jones, all this stuff I found, not necessarily speculative. Obviously Diana Wynne-Jones and Edith Nesbit wrote fantasy, but in a way, when I was reading it, it kind of all read like fantasy. I mean, P.G. Wodehouse's books definitely take place in a fantasy world. They don't take place in our world. Yeah, so that's definitely one strand. Like another strand is just like all the kind of oral storytelling I grew up around. Like my mom's a big teller of stories. I think you can kind of tell like I'm the kind of person who just like tells stories about other people I know as well, which I definitely get from my mom. And it's just like the stories that I hear about other people in our community, in the society, ghost stories that one hears in Malaysia. So that's another kind of strand. Another like storytelling tradition I definitely am very strongly influenced by is fanfic, because I kind of was writing fanfic since I was reading from about 11, writing from about like 16, and that I think is a genre that definitely has an aesthetic, or like maybe perhaps a few different aesthetics, but there's a coherent kind of style there, and I think I'm kind of in conversation with that as well.
It's a very playful space as well.
Right, yeah.
Did you ever read any Joan Aiken?
Sorry?
Joan Aiken.
Yes, I did read some Joan Aiken, but actually she wasn't, I would say, a childhood influence. I only came to her later in life.
It's only because the short story where there's the ghost that they rescues and the little boy who's in the cabinet,
yes.
It always slightly reminded me of Humble Poppy, where there's a ghost who lives in a deed box. It's a little puppy dog, and they rescue that. And it's sort of a very nice ghost, a very friendly ghost.
It's interesting, isn't it? Because Joan Aiken is actually someone I've heard have had my stuff come to, which is obviously a great honor. But no, I only read her fairly late. And for example, I love The Cereal Garden, which I think of as kind of a perfect collection of stories, short stories.
And it never quite. We never get to the moment where it might be okay.
Right. Yeah. But I actually read that one, for example, when I had just had my first child. So properly an adult. Yeah, but I suspect the things that influenced me probably influenced her as well.
I'm sure. Any more in the room with a question?
She did write Jane Austen fanfic I disagreed with.
And her sister did as well.
Her characterization in, I think it was like the Jane Fairfax one, I thought was completely
that's not her best. But some of her adult novels are contemporaries or contemporary that are interestingly strange. The Butterfly Picnic.
I should read those. Sorry.
Anyway, we have a question down here.
Yes, I was. This is going back to one of your earlier stories, Prudence and the Dragon, which strikes me as both profoundly funny, but I think the theme to me in your work is the tension between female agency and the chaos of a wider world that's putting expectations and pressures. And that one also has to me, and I'm probably reading it wrong, quite a strong anti-colonialist element in it. And I was just wondering what your thoughts were on that connection between female agency and colonialism and the demands of the wider world for attention in ways that are not always useful. Because to me, as I say, it's something I see in your work a lot.
What's the anti-colonial element that you see?
So it's anti-colonial in Prudence and the Dragon.
Yeah.
This is me being academic brain.
No, absolutely.
I mean, you have, Prudence herself is trying to get on with her life.
Yeah.
And the dragon.
She's a medical student.
Yes, yeah. And here is the dragon, who's the London dragon, who will not leave her alone. I mean, to me, this went, oh, bloody British Empire.
But they end up together.
Spoiler.
Maybe you could read that as kind of like as a kind of subject of a former colony kind of coming to terms with the dominance of the metropolis in your life, or something. I'm not an academic. I think female agency, it's not something like I sit down and think about, like Prudence and the Dragon. So that's, again, in my short story collection, Spirits Abroad. It's about a Chinese Malaysian medical student who's trying to finish her medical degree. Because obviously she's got a lot to do. And she starts getting followed around by a dragon who's fallen in love with her, basically. But she's very, she doesn't have much patience with him. And she's most preoccupied actually with the impact that he's having on her relationship with her best friend. Although she does get together with him at the end. But she also has a fight with her best friend and then reconciles with the best friend. I think, I'm trying to remember the genesis of this story now because it's so long ago. And actually, I think it was, you know what? It was at the time when I was just like experimenting with writing short stories to submission calls. So I think I saw a call for submissions for an anthology, which was like love stories featuring a magical creature. And I was like, love a dragon, love a love story, gonna put those two together. And I think all the other stuff just comes in like, because it's just, I guess, part of my worldview. So I don't know that I was like really kind of thinking about, I definitely have other works where I'm more consciously and explicitly thinking about kind of colonialism and the kind of impact. But I guess there's a degree to which if you're a woman and you're from a former colony of Britain and you're living in London, then all of those things, all that history is there for you, right? All the pressures are also there. And I'm often very fond of writing women who, the story acknowledges the pressures, but the women are quite robust against them. They have a kind of inner strength and they have a kind of resistance to them and they don't kind of let those pressures get them down. I think that's a very common theme of mine.
Thank you. We have a question from Adeline on the Discord, which is, I have Malaysian Chinese parents but grew up in Australia. When I read Blackwater Sister, I found a lot of it very funny, e.g. the Fundy Christian ideology butting up against the folk traditions and the way they treat the wealthy character as a celebrity. But my non-Southeast Asian friends didn't really get it the same way. Was the humour deliberate, or did it unfold organically, or is it like a sort of Asian Easter egg for readers?
Yeah, did you think it was funny?
I thought it was funny.
Yeah, okay. So it wasn't something only Asian people could
And actually the celebrity stuff,
that would be
that's really good. I thought that when you mentioned the celebrity bit, the way they treat,
Yeah.
That's so
good. Yes, I think, so for any book, you have to find the voice, right? Like that voice is very important to me. And the voice is the kind of the prose style. So for example, the style in which Blackwater Sister is written is very different from the kind of deliberately archaic style adopted for Sorcerer to the Crown and True Queen, which are historical fantasies set in England. It's the prose style, but then it's also kind of the mood, the tone of the book, whether it's kind of like zippy and kind of like funny, sometimes kind of in quite a gallows humor kind of way, like in Blackwater Sister, or it's a bit more arch, like in Sorcerer to the Crown. And I think this was just the right voice for the book. And I didn't think of it as particularly like a funny book when I was writing it, but I think I just naturally tend towards that, like seeing the funny side, I guess. I just think it's just, like people are just very funny. Like I just find things are happening all the time that I think are hilarious, and sometimes I'm just like, wow, I can't make that up, or I've got to write that down.
People will think that can't be, it's too far-fetched.
Right. So I think that's just how I kind of see things, and that's what I enjoy reading as well.
And when you've got terrible things happening, we often do look for the humour and the...
And I think people kind of stay people even when there's kind of tragedy or they're under intense pressures and so on. So yeah, I think it would almost feel wrong to write something that was pole-faced and just completely free of humour.
I mean, in the Pure Moon, there's it is, as you say, an incredibly bleak background, but there's a lot of, it's very funny too.
It's very silly. It's a very silly book.
It's splendid. Okay, do we have any more questions? One at the back there. I can't even see you to say things like black T-shirt.
So it is a black T-shirt. So I hope I've got this correctly. I think you said at another event or on Twitter that you think, I'll be a writer, and then it's like having homework every day for the rest of your life. And that made me think about, what's your writing process like at the moment? Do you binge write? Do you write a little bit every day?
So I've never been much of a binge writer. I kind of try to, it's kind of changed at different points in my life, right? What I usually find is when I've got lots of time to do it, I kind of avoid doing it as much as I can until like I get to the point where like, okay, I gotta just get to grips with it. At the moment, I don't have a lot of spare time, so I've got like my day job, I've got 2 small children, and this year, for some reason, it's because like it's the year that like things really have got back to quote unquote normal, right, post-pandemic. I have had lots of events, and actually it's like family events as well as writing events, and then work events. So actually the amount of time I have to write, it has really shrunk, and actually then it kind of almost flips, and I'm so grateful for it because it's my escape, right, from the everyday. And what I like to do is just like a little bit every day. That's more my style. My current working pattern, I do 3 days a week at my day job. So in theory, I get Mondays and Fridays off, and they're my writing days. I haven't had a clear Monday or Friday to write in a little while. I think the next one's going to be not this Friday, but a week on Friday. So hopefully that will happen. But what I do is I use Pacemaker quite a lot when I'm writing to a deadline. So Pacemaker is this website, is like pacemaker.press, and you can kind of put in, there's like a free version, and you can kind of put in the number, your like total word count for the project that you've got to hit, and like your style of working, like you might say skip weekends, but do more on these specific days of the week. And I want to do, you can say I want to write consistently, or I want to write like in a big chunk at the beginning and then tail off, or the other styles. I tend to want to write consistently, and then it will just give you a little schedule with like your target word count per day, which I find very soothing because, you obviously put in your deadline as well. Because then I know like if I'm doing 300 words a day or whatever it is, I will, by this date, have the number of words I need for this book, right? And it should be almost done by then. So I try to kind of write to that, but I always give myself a cushion.
Cool. We have another question from the Discord, which is, what is the best book to start with for a new reader?
It kind of depends what you like. Fortunately, unlike some of the other guests of honors, Adrian Tchaikovsky, I don't have a massive bibliography. I've only published 5 books, so nice, easy kind of to get your head around. If you like Georgette Hare and Jane Austen and that kind of like period drama, Bridgerton, although it's a lot less sexy than Bridgerton, then Sorcerer to the Crown is definitely the right one to start with. And it's kind of PG Woodhousey as well. If you liked Everything Everywhere All at Once and would like to read more or consume more kind of speculative fiction about Asian family dysfunction, Blackwater Sister is a great place to start. If you enjoy fanfic, Order of the Pure Moon I always describe as like fanfic for an imaginary Usia series, so that's another one, and that's a nice short one as well. Or if you like short stories, try Spirits Abroad.
All of them, all good. Right, do we have anyone else in the... Yes, one right at the back, over to my right.
You haven't mentioned the True Queen so far.
I haven't mentioned the True Queen. She's my red-headed stepchild.
Please explain.
Well, it's just because I had massive second book syndrome. So after Sorcerer to the Crown came out, like Sorcerer to the Crown was like not like a massive bestseller, but when it came out, it was quite buzzy, and it changed my life. It completely. Before then, I would say, although I'd published Spirits Abroad in Malaysia, and I'd been writing short stories and publishing them, and was starting to get a little bit of a name. And actually, I got nominated for the Astounding Award on the strength of my short fiction, so before I published Sorcerer to the Crown. But even so, it was still like my little hobby, and I was like known, but not like in an uncomfortable way. And it was just the right kind of, like, when I went to a convention, there would be some friends I would know. So whereas with Sorcerer to the Crown, it really was to kind of like a different level of like, oh, there's like a public persona of me that's actually separate from me that people perceive, and there were many more readers, there are just many more eyeballs, and I think that's something that's very destabilizing. I actually don't know a single published author friend, that I know who didn't find that kind of weird, that didn't affect them in some way. And so I really struggled. I struggled a little bit with that, and I had a lot of stuff going on in my personal and kind of day job life as well. And so what with one thing or another, like I just really struggled with writing True Queen. And I went through at least three different versions. I'm not even saying drafts because there are multiple drafts of each version, but there are three different versions with different main characters, fairly different plots, you know. And yeah, it was really stressful. It was just very, very stressful. And so although I think it's probably a better book than I give it credit for, like I can't bear to, you know, like I just have flashbacks. I can't bear to look at it. So like I don't really talk about it. But it does actually, you know, it stands alone. It's a standalone like, compared to Sorcerer.
Yeah, you don't have to have read Sorcerer of the Crown.
No. Although it does spoil the ending of Sorcerer of the Crown.
I suppose that's true.
Yeah.
I mean, because you wrote those two wonderful, and you know, obviously I think I picked up Sorcerer of the Crown. I am a fan of Georgette Hare and that kind of fiction, and it was like brilliant. This is, you know, engaging with some of the many things that are wholly invisible in Hare's books around empire and race and so on. Then you moved on to contemporary fantasy, and now you're going to do contemporary non-fantasy. It's really exciting.
I'm glad you're excited. My agent is like,
I'm sure you're going to bring us all with
you. No, she's very nice about it. She's just like, we had a funny conversation where I was like, I know the best way to build a commercially sustainable career is to pick one thing, if it works, and just stick with the thing that works. So basically, I'm sure my agent wouldn't want me to tell you this, but I will. If I agreed to write 2 more fantasies in the style of Blackwater Sister, I could have earned more than double the amount of money I've actually been able to get for this contemporary romance. But you know what? I've got a day job, so I can have that creative freedom and make that choice. And I'm definitely going to come back to fantasy. It's just at this stage, I want to finish this book. So I think, so we had this conversation when I said, you know, I get it. Like, you know, this is not a good way to build a brand. Being incredibly inconsistent in the genre that you write. And she was like, as long as you know, it's not the recommended path. As long as you know, obviously, you know, you should write what you want to write, and we'll try to make it work. As long as you know that's not what they recommend.
I think I'm not the only person taking points reading it. We'll love it when you come back to fantasy. I'm totally here for when you decide you want to do some more historical fantasy as well. Neil Harrison has asked on the Discord, you edited an anthology of Malaysian cyberpunk stories. How did that come about, and do you ever think about editing other anthologies?
Yeah, so how that came about was Spirits Abroad was originally published by a Malaysian publisher called Fixie, who actually, they're like a really cool kind of like slightly gonzo indie press, primarily run by a guy called Amir Muhammad, who's like one of the most multi-talented people I know, also being quite socially awkward, also like knowing I'm not even joking, every single creative art scene Malaysian in the world, no matter who it is. You can be like an orchestral conductor in Missouri, or a fantasy writer in London, or I don't know, like an installation artist living in Tokyo, Japan. And if you're Malaysian, he knows you. So he has enormous energy. He was actually best known as a filmmaker before. He has since now started a production company, and I promise this isn't nepotism, but he actually, my brother's actually recently directed a film for him, for that production company. But one of his various projects is Fixie. It actually primarily publishes Malay books, and the Malay books fund the English language books, because the English language books did not sell as well, obviously locally. They distribute primarily in Malaysia. And so Amir knew me because I'd written, you know, I'd published Spirits Abroad with him, and I had written short stories like for one of his other anthologies that Fixie had published. And I think I said something to him like, oh, he had a very popular series called KL Noir. And they were noir series set in contemporary KL, and they were kind of like gritty, kind of urban crime and thrillery type short stories, right? And he did like a whole series, like they're very Instagram friendly. It's like KL Noir Red, KL Noir Black, and like you could collect the whole. He's very savvy. He could collect the whole set, and they were very affordable as well. That was his whole thing. He wanted them to be kind of like mass market paperbacks that people would read. And I said to him kind of offhandedly, you know, so cyberpunk's kind of like the science fiction, like you know, like sequel of noir, isn't it? Like it's kind of like arguably. Obviously, like if you're at a convention like EasterCon, immediately you have 6 people disagreeing with you and arguing about it and what cyberpunk means. Right, exactly. You know, and then you kind of get stuck in the bar.
What
and,
are the genre boundaries?
Being like, I wish I'd never mentioned this. But Amir was just like, oh, why don't we do a cyberpunk anthology then? Cool. And he asked me to edit it. And I was like, oh, I don't really know that much about cyberpunk, but I thought it would be worth doing because I thought it would be interesting. And I thought then, you know, the writers of the anthology would get some attention from the kind of more global SFF scene. And that has actually happened. So I'm really pleased that a short story by William Tam Wai Liang called Kakak, which is about kind of like domestic workers in Malaysia, has been republished very recently, Best of World SF2, which I know past few days has been available at Books on the Hill in the dealer's room.
Wonderful. I've just realised it is in fact 1 o'clock. So we should probably start.
We didn't even talk about boarding school stories.
I know. We did beforehand. And if anyone in the room is an Antonia Forrest fan, come and make yourself known. Because we both are, and we were just agreeing. So thank you so much. It's been such a joy to talk to you. Such a pleasure. Thank you all.
And thank you all. Yeah.
Yes, thank you, Tech. Thank you, everyone on the Discord. And yeah. We never talked about con running either.
No, all these things. Another time.
Not sure. Okay. So my microphone's live. Ursula, can you see?
Cool.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
I can hear you. Wonderful.
Wonderful. I can't see you, but I see you off in the distance as a little tiny figure.
Okay, I can see you, and you're up on our big screens, so the audience will be able to see you, so that's crucial.
Excellent.
So my name's Virginia, and I just got asked if I'd do this, which gives me the chance to say, huge fan of your T. Kingfisher stuff. So, but if I'd had a bit more time to prep, I might have looked up some plant references from some of those. But it's very, very cool.
Don't worry about it too much. I appreciate you doing this at the last minute. I was all set to do the garden tour, and I got up this morning, and we've had a heavy frost here, and so I'm in a warm pocket, so nothing died, but it's, I think, 1 degree Celsius in the garden right now.
A bit cold.
So the tour would be me running around going, plant, going back inside.
Yeah, okay. Well, I might get you to explain that when we get properly started.
Oh, yeah, no problem.
And then, just talk us a bit. I'll try and think of some questions to ask, but I'll look forward to.
Do you have a better view of Virginia now?
Yes, you are a slightly larger blur. Thank you. I can see you in the.
Great.
Better.
Thank you.
I can't make out facial expressions, but that's fine. I'll just assume that you're not screaming in horror.
Okay, I'm just going to find the Discord channel for this item, so if people want to ask things. And I'm also just going to quickly text my husband and say, I'm not meeting you in the bar because I'm doing an interview.
You'll have better visibility on Virginia when the lights go up. So the reason you can't see her at the moment is the lights are down in the room.
Right, I found the Discord channel.
Yay!
So if people want to put questions in there, they will be able to. Queens now. Okay. Shall we give people a minute or two to arrive? And then we will get started.
Alrighty, I'm not sure if there's anyone in the audience since I can't see the audience, but
we have a few people in the audience, and I think we also have people watching virtually. Maybe we should just get started. Do come in, find a seat. So everyone, in case you didn't spot it, there is a message, and Ursula will explain, but we're not able to do a tour of the garden, but we are going to have a chat about gardens and plants and possibly the way that they connect to stories. But Ursula, welcome. Sorry, I'm still a little bit squeaky because I'm a big fan and wasn't expecting to be doing this. So welcome. Would you like to just say a little bit about what's happening?
Oh yes, and thank you for jumping in at the last minute to do this. I appreciate it so much. I am sorry to have had to bail on the tour part, but I live in an area with a very volatile climate, and so we had 70 and 80 degree days all week, and it froze last night. I am fortunately in a warm pocket, so I don't think I lost too many things, but it is currently between 1 and 2 degrees Celsius in the garden. And so if I tried to do the tour now, it would consist of me running out and going, ooh, plants, and then running back in, and then running, okay, another plant, and then, and that would only be funny for the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
So I will do my best to talk about gardening a little and stories, and I'm sorry that we're missing the tour portion, but weather conforms to no man's schedule, I guess.
Great, thank you. So people in the audience here or watching online, we have a Discord channel. Feel free to put some comments and questions there. But I suppose, I mean, how long have you been gardening? Where you are now and before?
That is,
yeah.
That is a great question. I sort of grew up, my mother was a gardener, and I spent a little, I would get excited about it, but I didn't do that much work in it. It has to be said, when I was a kid, I hated putting my hands on slugs, and I lived in Oregon, so there were a lot of slugs. And as an adult, there was some point in college where all I had was a windowsill, and I was walking past a garden store in spring, and they had rolled out the plants on the sidewalk, and something like woke up in my blood, and I was like, I need to garden now. It's a bloodborne pathogen, I swear. It wasn't until a couple of years ago that, it wasn't until 2004, which it occurs to me was nearly 20 years ago, that I moved to a place that had enough space that I could actually garden in any significant degree. And so I was in North Carolina, which is a very different climate from Oregon. It is it is more erratic. Oregon gets cold, but it's a sort of a maritime climate, or at least the part I was in. And here we have what is the most volatile climate on the eastern seaboard, in that at one point, the weather agencies, the ones that weren't government funded and didn't have a pressing reason to be climate deniers, were saying, we believe in climate change. We want this to be absolutely clear. We don't think North Carolina is exempt from climate change, but statistically, there is so much noise in the data from the highs and lows and everything, you can't prove it here. Because it changes so dramatically all the time. And they finally managed to do something like, okay, the dew point in urban centers has been steadily going up over the last 30 years. So yay, we have proof again. Yeah, we will, sometimes it'll be 90 degrees at Christmas, and some Fahrenheit, not Celsius. And sometimes it'll be mid-April, and suddenly there will be a frost. And also, it's much of the time it's a very muggy, sort of subtropical climate. It's not Florida, but the entire Southeast is kind of like that. And so there are a lot of weeds here that I did not expect, and because it's a greenhouse a lot of the time, or effectively, everything grows very fast, including the things you don't want to grow very fast. So if you leave a patch unattended for 10 minutes, you turn around and it's a jungle. So I've been gardening here now for, at this particular location for, math is hard. 15 years? Might be 15 years. And it's a fairly established garden at that point, although I frequently feel that, I mean, there's still chunks, even in a fairly small area, that I'm like, next year I will deal with that spot. I will finally get that bit under control. But it's getting to the point where shrubs that I have planted are now taller than me. Occasionally trees that I have planted are taller than me, although the one I really liked croaked in one of our summers last year, and I am still bereft.
So, I mean, do you grow trees, shrubs, flowers, vegetables?
All of the above. I grow I have a sort of dedicated vegetable garden in an area that gets a lot more sun. My main garden is, at best, would be considered part sun, I think. Although all gardeners are optimistic about how much sun they actually get, so I claim that it is part sun. It probably gets 2 hours, if that. But I have a dedicated veggie garden up front where I grow tomatoes and peppers and basil and things like that. Mostly, though, I'm very into native plants. I'm a big wildlife gardening enthusiast, and so I plant a lot of Southeast natives, and some of which are fascinating and weird. And there's been a real renaissance sort of in native plants in the last decade, I suppose. They've become much more easy to find. It used to be you were having to source seeds from weird little newsprint catalogs put out by a hippie who, lived in a van somewhere and was running off Xerox copies of the catalog. But now you can walk into quite large nurseries and they will have native plants and whatnot. So there's some very interesting things. North Carolina is in fact home to a lot of carnivorous plants. Unfortunately, not in the region I'm in, otherwise I would be, hip deep and slide traps. But we have a lot of pitcher plants and things like that are just really cool. And every few years I attempt to build a pitcher plant habitat, and every few years it fails spectacularly, but I continue. I hold out hope.
I love coniferous plants. I sometimes go to the Chelsea Flower Show, and there's always 2 or 3 stands which are just about those. And there's one particular kind, I can't remember what it's called, and it looks like the Hattifatenas from the Moomin books, all these little sort of spikes sitting up, and then the pitcher plants and things. But I've never actually attempted to have any at home because I understand they are a little bit tricky to look after.
They like really plants evolve to be carnivores usually when there aren't very many nutrients in the soil, so you can effectively poison them if the soil is good. And so they're like usually poor sandy soil or poor sandy soil that stays wet because we have an area here called the Sand Hills. Sorry, my my earbuds are starting to protest after 3 days of use. We have an area called the Sand Hills, and it is literally sand. It is just, there was some ancient sea here, and so it is coarse sand right below the surface, which water just goes through like nothing. And they're amazing, amazing plants that grow. They're sundews and weird things. And it's a fire-controlled habitat. It used to, everything there needs fire basically to reproduce. And as humans have moved into it, we sort of object to everything burning. So a lot of things have become overgrown as the plants that were supposed to be burned off don't get burned off. And these little tiny carnivores that would live need very low space to live and can get shaded out really easily have suffered for it. But it's a really cool, weird habitat. It's like, it feels kind of alien. I'm the next one over. I'm on the Piedmont, which is on heavy clay. Literally, they make bricks out of our soil. But the carnivorous plants are just so cool and weird and alien.
Someone, so there are various people who put some questions in the Discord, which is great, and I will start asking them. One of them is, which perhaps follows on a little bit from this, which plant, if it gained sentience, would be nicest, and which the evilest? That's from Tilly.
I think people assume that carnivorous plants would be mean. I don't think they would. I think
we're carnivorous.
I think it'd be kind of fragile because they're so specialized that they'd be like probably very shy and easily upset. I think Japanese honeysuckle and kudzu would be extremely vicious. I don't know if England, I don't think, has kudzu. Happy land.
I don't think we do. We have Japanese knotweed, which is a problem.
Yes. Yeah. Kudzu is grows. It's similarly weedy and imported. It's a vine, and it can grow well over a foot a day. Ooh. And you can literally watch it grow if you're willing to sit still long enough. And it just smothers things. It's a vine. It climbs over everything. And you will find these weird landscapes that are just these sort of strange topographies where kudzu has covered all the trees that are under it. And so it's this green, like weirdly softened sort of landscape. And they're very pretty and they're very alien looking and they're very sort of unsettling. And they're also lifeless for the most part because they kill it. There's no sunlight getting through. And so it's called the vine that ate the South. And people planted it for erosion control, 100 and some years ago, thinking they were doing a good thing, as, is the history of humanity, I think. And it escaped. And there's now there are more acres that are consumed with kudzu in the South than grow all of the fresh vegetables sold in the United States. It's millions of acres are just overrun with this weird horror plant. Yeah.
Okay.
It is fortunately goats eat it. That's what it's got going for it. So lately it's become not necessarily fashionable, but if you have kudzu and money, you can rent goats who will come in and graze it. You have to keep bringing them in to eat the crown of the plant over and over again.
But goat's very useful.
I'm not sure who the nicest would be.
What about the nice one?
I'm thinking about that. Probably, maybe something like blueberry or one of the plants that produce food for people. They seem very gracious, I suppose. You're being given a gift, sort of, or maybe, I don't know, like aloe vera or something like that. There are many generous plants, I suppose, for lack of a better term.
There's a helpful apple tree, isn't there? I'm trying to think which story of yours.
The Giving Tree, Shel Silverstein's. Yeah, I hate that book, actually. It's but the tree is so codependent. It's like the kid's like, I want an apple. The tree's like, sure. And then he's like, I want your branches. The tree's like, okay. And I want your trunk so I can sail around the world. The tree's like, sure. And so he chops down the tree and goes off to be happy. And I'm like, that tree needed to get into therapy, set some boundaries. Some nice trees.
It's true. It's true. So someone has asked, Claire Boothby has asked, question, is there any plant you'd love to write about which you haven't managed to fit into a book yet?
Oh, heavens. I fit a lot of plants into books. There's a lot more gardening in my books than is. I'm not sure if the readers necessarily need. And I've done so far 2 stories with evil rose bushes. I think that's out of my system now. I think I'm done with the evil rose theme, but never say never. I'd like to fit more cactus, like saguaros or something, into a book. I spent a lot of years in Arizona where I was not able to garden, but I love the landscape there so much. It's so dry and spare. And I did do a book about the desert that had gardening in it called The Tomato Thief, but I would really like to spend more time talking about saguaros. They're just these wonderful, unique, amazing plants. A lot of one of the native peoples in the area believes that the saguaros are family, they're like members of the family, and when you see the trees, you understand why it makes sense, because they're not. I mean, they're plants, but there's something about them sort of catches at your brain and goes, this is not a plant the way that Japanese knotweed or a daisy is a plant. This is a power of some sort.
And the fact that it survived and thrived in a quite hostile landscape.
Oh yeah, and it provides unbelievable amounts of resources to. It's a keystone of the area. Owls and woodpeckers will burrow holes in the trunk, and things feed off the fruit, and just lots of benefits. And it takes them like almost 100 years before they start putting out the first arm. They're very slow growing. And it's amazing, actually, that any of them, frankly, exist at all, because in order to grow a saguaro, basically a mourning dove has to eat a saguaro fruit, poop out the seeds. It has to fall next to what's called a nursery plant, like an ironwood or a mesquite, something, a shrub that shades it just enough while it's growing that it doesn't fry or dry out, and until it gets basically tall enough to retain its own water. It's amazing they exist at all sometimes.
Wow.
And if you would give me just 1 sec, I have to let the dog out.
Oh, okay. I will catch up on the questions that people have put in.
She'll be back in 2 minutes because it is cold out there. But
that's okay. No, I mean, and I didn't know that about how they have to grow. It sounds like that's almost like a fairy tale in itself.
Oh yeah, they're very hard to. It's one of the reasons that they're difficult to sort of. You don't usually plant saguaro from seed or anything because it's so difficult. There are people who have made a study and of doing so and managed to succeed, but it's not like something you can just be like, if one gets cut down, you can't be like, oh, I'll just plant another one. It's yeah.
Cool. So someone on here had asked, and just find it again, which I was also thinking about, which was about your characters and their gardens. I mean, we talked about how roses can be quite hostile and difficult, and a very, very strong presence in some of her books. By the way, I'm fine with all the gardening. I love it. Who'd have the best garden? I mean, I was thinking about the one. I'm sorry, I haven't looked up stories names, but your perfumier. Who
yes.
collects all sorts of extraordinary plants to put. Would she like to have a garden, do you think, where she grew?
Possibly, yeah. Although I don't know if she would necessarily. She was very obsessive and focused on things, so. I expect either she would become very obsessive and focused on growing very specific plants, or she would forget the garden existed for 6 months and come out and be like, oh, this is a problem. Which is something that I certainly understand.
Yeah, she probably needs someone else to do the garden.
Yeah.
So someone
I did a Beauty and the Beast book that was very heavily a gardener, and who was very passionate about gardening and growing plants. And it was a lot of fun to write, but I could do that with every heroine in every book, and then people would get very tired of it.
Yeah. Someone has asked about which plant you've grown that you're most surprised coped with your climate?
Oh, heavens. That's a good question. I'm always astonished by prickly pears. They will grow all the way up to Ontario, but they're cactus, so they don't look like they should. So even though I know that realistically that they should grow here, it always seems strange to me. But in terms of things that probably should not be able to grow here, my great love is the salvia family, which are stages, and I am a passionate collector, many of which are for drier and more desert climates and eventually croak. So I am sad, but I'm always on the lookout for ones that will survive my humidity, since it's 80-90% humidity during the day here all summer. And I have some have surprised me. There is a Himalayan a salvia from the Himalayas that I'm like, surely you won't like 95-degree heat and 100% humidity. And it's like, give me more. I will take all of it. And it gets into this enormous bush by the end of the summer, and I'm all like, okay, you go, little plant.
Fabulous. That's obviously a plant that went, hey, I was forced to cope with those conditions, but what I always really wanted was a bit of warmth and heat and wet.
Absolutely.
And because someone's asked about tomatoes, presumably, because I've been planting tomatoes, I've got to keep them all under cover. I've had to make sure I've bought the kinds that are okay with the British summer. But presumably you don't have to worry, because I don't have a greenhouse. One day I'd love to have a greenhouse, but I don't at the moment. You don't have to, yours can all grow outside and...
Well, I still start them inside about 4 to 6 weeks beforehand, because just to get a jump on it, I think most of us do. But yeah, our problem is not that it's too cold or that the season is too short. It's that what will cope with heat and humidity. So there are a lot of tomatoes that are specifically bred to grow in the south, but we have a lot of problems with disease. And because it rains so frequently, we have, basically a monsoon kind of season. We get lots of cracking and splitting. So I grow, honestly, the big beefsteaks, I love them in theory, and in practice, I grow a lot of cherry tomatoes. It's, some of them, there's one that was bred for Hawaiian climates that has been doing really good. That's Kewallo, Kewallo. If you happen to be in the South or in Hawaii, that has been holding up really well to the climate. Every year I start a couple of, I have like the old standby faithful ones, and then I start 1 or 2 or 3 or 4 or 5 new varieties to see if any of them do well. And some of them do great, and some of them drop dead. And sometimes I'll get one that does great, and then I eat the tomato, and I'm like, well, this is the bust.
It's the way of the garden, isn't it? I always feel when I get house plants, I feel guilty when they die. In the garden, I'm like, no, I'm going to put them out there and see what happens. It's and there's also always the bit where you spent too much time in the winter reading the seed catalogue. Oh, that looks really exciting.
Oh yeah.
And then it doesn't always follow.
Yeah, and you lie to yourself about, whether you have space or sun or whatnot. You're like, oh yeah, no, totally. I have enough sun and it doesn't get that cold. I could totally grow this extremely tropical 6-foot tall plant from Borneo or whatever. And yeah,
totally. Yeah. I know.
Self-solution is one of the great hobbies of gardening.
Yeah. Just circling back to the prickly pear, someone has asked whether prickly pears taste nice, which reminds me that for years had a bottle of prickly pear liqueur that came on back from holiday somewhere, possibly Morocco, and got drunk once when we were so drunk that was the only thing that was left in the house. So I don't actually remember what it tasted like.
Prickly pears can taste nice. Let me let the dog back in.
Okay.
There's two edible parts to the prickly pear. There's the fruit is what a lot of people eat. That's probably what the liqueur was made out of. It's a fruit. It's what's left. The flower blooms, and then it gets this weird red knobbly sort of thing, and it's kind of a fleshy fruit. People make prickly pear candy out of it. It is tooth-achingly sweet, usually. There are also ways to fry the pads themselves, and which is used in some Mexican and indigenous cooking. Hi, Cat. And I have not tried that. I'm not a cook, and also it's a little worrisome because even the spineless prickly pears have what are called glochids, which are little, tiny, fine, pointy hairs that are very hard to see. And if you handle them without gloves, they get embedded in your skin, and you regret life for a while. So you have to basically peel the pads to get all of those out. And I would happily eat them if prepared by someone who knew what they were doing, but I don't trust it enough to try to do it myself.
That seems fair enough. Someone has asked, have you an interest in or written anything inspired by mycorrhizal fungi or the wood wide web? Oh, this is all the stuff about how trees talk to each other. Or if you haven't, would you like to?
I would love to. Actually, my horror novel, What Moves the Dead, is based on fungi, and it's I was not, because the book is set in the late 1800s, I couldn't have the characters understand the science behind it because they didn't have the technology. But it worked basically by having a mycelium network that was that kind of filled this sort of lake, and each cell in it essentially acted as a brain cell, and it was very crenellated because there was a macroalgae that it was sort of growing on the surface of that almost mimicked the folds in a brain, and so and it would control things by growing the mycelium web into the body of the whatever it was controlling. And it was extremely intelligent. It had to be to figure out things like, if I'm controlling, a vertebrate, the interface is so wildly different. How could anything that is used to being, a fungus, how long would it take to figure out that the two sort of sacks of jelly up front are interpreting light waves? And that's the only part of it that does, but they're interpreting a lot of them. That I felt bad for the fungus just for having to figure out how to process basically all of the senses of an animal, because I mean that's hard. Like, we grow up doing it, but if you're used to being a thing that has entirely different senses, that's a totally different set of code. It's kind of like in Independence Day, the movie. Jeff Goldblum very blithely hacks the alien mothership, and it's like, dude, your operating systems are so different. There is no way. I will allow it because it's a fun movie, but come on.
I was also just thinking about the nettles because you mentioned earlier about weeds and how the weeds come, but I'm always slightly fascinated by nettles because they're so useful. They're so aggressive in the sense of the stings and stuff, but they're so useful. And I love that bit when you know if you're going for walks sometimes and you come across a patch of nettles and that means there was probably a house there or something like that. They're plants like that. They're just sort of stories naturally weave themselves around.
Oh yeah, we have plants like that here. That if you find patches of orange daylilies, it usually means that somebody lived there and was growing them. And there's a fair number like that. And if you dig around frequently, you can find the foundations of a house nearby. It's sort of weird botanical markers.
Is that, sorry, I'm just having a look to see which ones, what I've managed. Oh, by the way, the readers, someone has pointed out on Discord, the readers love it. That is all the gardening and the plants, which is true.
Oh, I'm glad.
So, have I asked you, sorry, which fictional plant would you love to be able to grow?
Oh, no, that is an interesting question. I'm trying to think of fictional plants off the top of my head.
I was just trying to think.
I suppose it would be very useful to have Wakanda's heart-shaped herb hanging around, but I would feel also weird about growing it. There are some plants that, for cultural reasons, I don't try to grow. I don't try to grow silver sage, Salvia apiana, because that's not my sacred plant. And also, it is very difficult to grow in this climate. So even though I collect salvias, that is one that I'm like, I know I won't be able to grow it. And even if I could, I would feel kind of weird about it. If I was in the range where it lived normally, then I would absolutely I will grow a stand of it because it's becoming increasingly rare as people over harvest it. But it's, so I feel a little weird growing the Wakandan herb. Actually, it's not fictional so much, but it is extinct. I would love to grow silphium, which in ancient Rome was a famous plant that was so beloved that it was driven extinct. And we're not entirely sure what it was now. And the reason that it was so widely used was it was apparently a very effective form of birth control. So
very effective.
I would just like, for pure archaeological reasons, to be able to grow that one.
Excellent. And people should feel free, perhaps, to put in the chat on the Discord ideas about what they would like to be able to grow. And I mean, because you said obviously that you try and grow a lot of native plants, but you try and grow the ones that are specific to your area and region. What are you proudest of having got to grow?
I was very proud of my big leaf magnolia, and then we had a really hot summer, and I now have a very small stump to be proud of. It happens. I planted a little whip of a plant called Possum Haw viburnum, which is a shrub, small tree, not thinking it would get very large, and it is now probably 15 feet tall, and it gets covered in flowers in early spring, and the bees and the pollinators all love it. And I'm thrilled it's there. It's just I occasionally wander out and I'm like, how did this happen? I did not expect you to do this. And honestly, it probably needs to be pruned fairly aggressively, but I am so enamored of the fact that it's doing so well that I am less aggressive than I should be on pruning it.
Yeah, I have a quince tree that a friend gave me, and I was so excited and thrilled at the notion of having a quince tree because it's somehow, quinces are such a mythological plant, and there's lots of, they come in stories a lot, and they're beautiful and amazing, that I haven't been able to bring myself to prune it properly, and now it really, really needs pruning, and it will do much better if I prune it. But I'm just like, but I don't like to cut bits off my quince tree. Who?
The other one, actually, that I'm very proud of, I should say, is a little plant called Chipola River Tickseed, or Coreopsis, and it's Coreopsis are native to the U.S. mostly, and they're a little. They get these very bright, cheery flowers. So there's a lot of variations and cultivars of them. And most of them, they like relentless sun, and they like very well drained soil, which is, I have neither. So, but this one is from, it's extremely rare. It's only found along like 2 or 3 stretches of habitat in Georgia. And so it's starting to vanish in the wild, but because it's been collected and is sold in the nursery trade, although not very often, but it's propagated so you can buy it ethically. And it has a reputation for being a very difficult plant to grow. And I chucked some in the ground, not really thinking about it, and under a downspout of the rain gutters, where a Coreopsis should not grow under any circumstances, and it is just happy as a clam. It spreads wildly, it flowers a lot. I have transplanted it to other places, and I'm like, how is it that, I am why are you rare? You are easy to grow, and you're excitable, but apparently it's not so much that it's easy to grow as that I happen to have, through no fault of my own, the exact correct conditions. And so it's kind of delightful when that happens.
Yeah.
I would like to say it's because I'm an amazing gardener, but nah, it just likes this particular arrangement of sun and shade and moisture.
That is brilliant. I mean, I one of the things I love about the plants and gardens in your books is that you get this really strong sense of a whole ecosystem, that it's not just, roses happen to be. I mean, roses can be very important, but there's lots of other plants around as well. Very happy to hear you talk a bit about how you do that, but also what other writers or stories do you think do gardening well, do plants well?
One of the best fiction books that with gardening in it, I think, is probably Robin McKinley's Rose Daughter, which is about roses, and she loves roses, and it really comes through. I do not love them as much, which is why I keep writing people rose bushes, but part of that is because I foolishly planted a swamp rose. I was like, it's a native rose, what's not to love? And it loved everything. It sent out runners 30 feet, and I was digging them up for ages. And so a happy rose is a very aggressive thing. We also have multiflora rose here, which is a big weed, which is basically a massive, if you can imagine a stand of Japanese knotweed, only it's roses, and it has massive thorns. And if you try to get it out, you have to basically wear chainmail to pull the weeds. So it's... but anyway, but all that said, the love of gardening and the love of plants, I would say Rose Daughter is frankly one of the best horse trails that I can think of. I'm drawing a blank on others. I'm sure there are other excellent ones, but it's I've read a lot of, I don't want to say nonfiction, not necessarily science fiction and fantasy, but like God, what's his name? Beverly something. He was from England. He was
Beverly Nichols.
Light. Yes, Beverly
Nichols.
Yes.
Tree That Sat Down, and other books. Yes.
Yes, I loved those with a passion. The love of gardening absolutely came through. I have not read any of his other works. He seems very I think catty is the word that I would probably use, and delightful to read, but just this sort of light, malicious, but utterly passionate about plants. They're such delightful reading.
Yes, yes, no, they're brilliant. Is there anyone in the room who would like to ask a question? No? Just wait, I can't see you very well because of the lights. So do stand up and wave vigorously if you would like to ask a question, because I will just come up. I'm just having a look. So there's a little bit of discussion about palm trees in the chat. There's also a question which is, do you still feel very strongly about potato monoculture? Do you have some ancient varieties you'd recommend people try to grow?
Yes, potato monoculture is one of the great scourges of North American gardening, at least. Most of the potatoes come out of Idaho, and many of them are cultivars or descendants of a variety called the rusted Burbank, which no shade on Luther Burbank, this was a great potato in many regards. It's big, it's firm, it's even flesh, and you can make a McDonald's French fry out of it. But everything eats it. So in order to make soil that these will grow in, you basically have to turn the ground into this lifeless gray nutrient dust. And it's, horrors are perpetrated to produce the perfect McDonald's French fry. And of course, in Ireland, much is known about the dangers of monocultural potato farming. The variety used in Ireland was called the lumper, which was ugly, by all accounts, an ugly, knobbly potato that didn't necessarily taste that great, but it would grow in anything. And so people grew scads of it. As the saying is, the cause of the Irish potato famine was English. But if you go down a few notches, you eventually get to the lumper was extremely susceptible to potato blight. Monocultures of any kind have a huge problem where if something comes along that destroys it, you're screwed. That's how we lost the original the Cavendish banana and other things. So it's a problem. There are the Incas developed potatoes, and one of these days I am going to do a book entirely about potatoes. I did a short story with it I liked a lot about potatoes, but they had like 4,000 varieties, and they did things with potatoes that no one has done before or since. Just unbelievably epic. And these days, as the varieties, that we grow have compressed and gone down, and maybe a couple of them were only being grown by one little old lady somewhere in Peru, and when she dies, that variety is lost, which is a huge problem with all heirloom crops. So now we're down to like a couple hundred probably that you can find, if that. And I can't really recommend any one particular variety because it's so dependent on climate and where you are. There's one of the best I've ever had here was called Red Huckleberry. It was an amazing tasting potato. I grew it. I was thrilled. I have never found it again. The feed store that was offering it was like, there's been a shortage of the seed, so we can't, or the seed potatoes, so we can't do anything. You can grow potatoes from seed as opposed to little tubers. Most potatoes are clones of each other, essentially, because of the tubers, but they do send up flowers, and they flower and they produce seed. And it's very hard to find potato seed because very few people use it. It's so much more reliable to grow what are called seed potatoes, little tubers. There's one place called Cultivariable, which is you can find online and order them. And I got a load of basically mixed potato seed from them and grew a bunch out. And the thing is that you have no idea what you're going to get. Either they throw the dice genetically with seeds, so you're not getting, even if you have a Yukon Gold, say, the offspring, or the seeds, their offspring may not resemble Yukon Gold in any way. Sometimes you get lucky and you get something that's fairly close, but much like apple trees, it could be anything. So, and a lot of them, some of them won't even make tubers. Some of them will make tubers that are super high in solanine, which is toxic and also makes them extremely bitter. So I grew out a bunch of seed, and my friend Shepard and I were taste testing them and whatnot. And from probably 20 or 30 plants, I wound up with three that produced a tuber. And the first year, I mean, the tuber was like the size of a pea. I planted those out, and they became respectable, normal potatoes, and not huge and frequently sort of knobbly and weird shaped, but edible. We did a taste test, and they weren't, super high in solanine, which you can taste that they're weird and bitter. And it's very unlikely you'll eat enough to even make yourself sick. You might get slightly queasy if you insisted on eating a bitter potato, but you insisted on eating a bitter potato, so that's on you, really. And so I've been growing out, so I have basically two varieties now that I call the Wombat White and the Wombat Red, and I that like living here, and I grow them out in grow bags every year, and the day may come when I have enough that if someone else would like some, I can send the tubers along. But it's sort of fun because some plants you can make, and you're like, this is an entirely new variety that has never existed before in the world. You can do that with hostas too. I planted a lot of hosta seeds, and they do the same sort of genetic throw the dice, and I have probably a dozen hosta plants, all of which are boring green hostas. I mean, none of which are, I'm not going to make a fortune on any of them, but it's just cool to be like, that is Bob. I made Bob.
That's cool. My mum's a big fan of hostas. I like them, but I have a lot of slugs, so they're not very compatible. So, I mean, thank you. I didn't know all of that about potatoes. I do grow potatoes, although probably not as many varieties as I should. But do you think, are those of us gardening at home, growing vegetables at home, is that part of saving the world, as it were, by not falling victim to the monoculture? Is that where some of the older varieties are being kept alive, and we're not? Because, as you say, I mean, bananas is the one that I often like. We just need that one variety to fall victim, and there will be no bananas. Well, hardly any bananas.
Yep. Home gardening is absolutely the last bastion of a lot of genetic diversity. Sometimes, literally the last bastion. There was a bean called the noble bean. It was called, and it was from, I want to say, Tennessee maybe. And this woman basically writes to a fairly famous heirloom plant conservationist and was like, I have a bag of beans a bag of dried beans that was a variety that my family grew. This is this bag is the last of them as far as I know. I'm kind of afraid to grow them out. Do you want them? And so he took them, and the problem is the bag had gotten wet at one point. And so out of this bag, the 3 of the beans sprouted, and slugs got 1. And he was like, okay, but he got enough seeds out of it to harvest those, planted those, and then got enough to send back to the woman who sent them and a couple others. And so this one variety was basically preserved because this one woman hadn't thrown away a bag of beans that had gotten wet. And there's an organization in Arizona called Native Seed Search, and they grow out a lot of plants that were used by indigenous peoples in the area. and some of which are literally down to there are 10 seeds in the collection. And certainly plants used by indigenous peoples are often, lots of them were lost. There were whole varieties of cultivated plants that went extinct, and not just like a variety of beans, but like a plant like a cultivated goosefoot or something. Plants that we no longer have any cultivated varieties. Like it was the only domesticated variety of it. Went extinct, and so they do a lot of work with trying to save and to find and conserve plants that may be down to very tiny genetic reservoirs, and grow them out and make them available to tribes that want to grow them and sell them to people who may want to try too. They're a fabulous organization. Native Seed Search, recommend them highly if you're in a climate that can grow some of their stuff. I grow some of their beans. I'm in a wildly different climate, but some beans are tough enough to take it.
I'll still have to do a bit more looking at, because I was thinking, as you were saying that there's a lot of, in this country, there's a lot of there's the national collection of dahlias and the national collection of astrantias, and obviously there is a bit of a bias towards collecting beautiful flowery plants because that's what people get excited about. Presumably some of there are sort of small hero plants or more obscure hero plants that we should also be collecting. I mean, what's your favourite hero plant, I suppose? What's the
Oh, goodness. I mean, you can almost never go wrong with heirloom tomatoes, but I like beans. Beans are, they store easily, and they're usually pretty easy to grow. I grow a variety of the Tara Humara Red that is from the Arizona desert, and it's a fabulous bean. It will take anything you throw at it, and I have it planted in areas that I laughingly call part sun, and it's like, nope, I can still produce beans under these conditions. I will plant it somewhere, I will never water it, and it's like you get rain and shade, and it's like, yes, I have produced beans nonetheless, and there are some amazing ones, because I mean, many of these plants were grown to survive local conditions and hold together when hardly anything else did. So, yeah, I'm big into heirloom beans.
Cool. And Z has asked about, are there good ways that perhaps people can locally find? How do we find our local things that we should be preserving? I mean, I realise you probably don't necessarily know the best way to do that in the UK, but
honestly, I mean, start on the internet, look for organizations and whatnot that are dedicated to that. I don't know if you guys have the equivalent of a county extension office, which is what we have in the U.S., but you are also a dramatic gardening culture compared to us. So surely there must be groups that are dedicated to that. I would be shocked if there weren't. Although, if there isn't one in your area, if you talk too loudly about it, they may expect you to start it. So
we definitely have seed exchanges, and the Royal Horticultural Society promotes kind of local seed and plant exchanges, and also, of course, it's very hard to get one, but there are quite a lot of allotments still that people have, and there's a lot of plant sharing and plant discussion and sales and so on at those. I think the Royal Horticultural Society do a lot. I mean, they're famous for the big flower shows, but they do quite a lot as well to support local biodiversity. I think they've got a lot better about that in the last 20 years.
I have no objection to flowers and flower shows if it gets people in the door with flowers. Dahlias can be a threshold drug. And let me get you with dahlias, and then have you considered potatoes? Once you get someone hooked on digging around in the dirt and paying attention to plants, it seems like everybody finds the thing that they're passionate about.
And I love to go to flower shows and local shows as well, where there's flowers and fruits and vegetables and who's grown the biggest onion. The giant vegetable thing is kind of weird. People do grow them, and I don't think they're exactly tasty. It's all about...
No. Generally, my understanding is that they're usually varieties that you aren't even expected to eat. It's just, it makes one really huge one.
Yeah.
Gardening keeps a lot of people off the streets who would otherwise be engaged in vandalism and overthrowing the government. So if your outlet for your frustration is growing the world's biggest cucumber, knock yourself out.
Totally. And then maybe it could appear slightly distorted mutant form in one of your stories. I think we've just about got to, it's 29 minutes past, so we probably need to wrap up. Thank you so much. I'm really sorry we couldn't get to walk around your garden, but it's been absolutely fascinating to talk to you.
Thank you so much for being willing to come in at the last minute. I appreciate it.
It's absolutely brilliant. And thank you to those of you in the room and for listening. I hope you've enjoyed it. Well, we're very nearly at the end of our EasterCon, but I hope you've enjoyed your virtual guest of honour status and have met some of us.
Delightful. Everyone has been lovely, and I've had some great conversations. And if anything has gone terribly wrong, I haven't been aware of it or responsible for it. So,
great.
Yay!
Hooray! Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good afternoon. I'm your walking, talking, living sound test.
The trouble is, if I'm looking down to see to see myself, I'm not looking to see whether you can see me. Thank you. Just one thing before I start, please. Some of my committee can't be here at this closing ceremony for various reasons, but I would like to invite those who are here and who would like to join me on stage, if they'd please come up and join us. And not for the first time, I would like to acknowledge their perspicacity in correcting my failings. Thank you, everybody. This time, I did get to wear my dress. And we're almost over. Before we're quite finished, I've got some small housekeeping, some thanks, and a few other bits and pieces. So, some small housekeeping. Street Souvlaki, one of the two food trucks, is still outside, still selling delicious kebabs, and I do hope that you will honour them with some more custom before they leave. We're not sure when they're leaving, it's pretty filthy out there, and they'll go when they stop selling stuff or they've run out of food. The Real Ale Bar is here until 7 this evening. And of course, the Hilton's bar, the Guild Bar, is open 24 hours. All of them will take your groats, so have fun. The hotel has served us very well this weekend, with friendly staff working hard to serve our needs. Please make it your business now to say thank you to those who have served you this weekend with their work. Thank you. There are good reasons why we're not passing buckets around for the traditional gratuity, but if after the convention you would like to check out our website, there will be a link to a hospitality services charity to which you can donate in our name. If any of you are still able and willing to help the convention, we always need extra people at this last dying of the light. And if you would like to help, could you head to Ops, which in Warwick, which I'm sure you all know where it is by now, after this, and they'll help you find something to do. Right. It's now my pleasure and privilege to hand over to James Shields to present the Sears Doc Weir Award.
Good afternoon, everyone. I am very honoured to be here. The Doc Weir Award is an important part of EasterCon fan history. It has been awarded since 1963 to, I think, the unsung heroes of EasterCon. Did I say that wrong? So I just want to say I think that it's a really important award, and I think so many people that are really important to EasterCon have won it over the years. So I don't know. I know there's a lot of people who are away isolating, so I don't know how many of you are here. But if anybody who is a previous winner of the award is in the audience, please stand up or on the stage. So I only just realised that. During the convention, there's been a voting page open, and there have been quite a lot of votes cast, and the votes have been fairly by a significant majority for one person who, when I first saw, I really had to go and check: have they not already won it? Which is probably a a good category for judging a worthy winner. But I have just found out that they are unfortunately not here at the moment. They're isolating in their room. And unfortunately I didn't realise in time to get them on Zoom. So I'm sorry to say I'm presenting the award in absentia. But this year's winner of the Doc Weir Award is Claire Briley. I've known Claire for many years, and I think she's been one of the real stalwarts of UK fandom and EasterCon and fan funds, and she does so many things in the background for all parts of fandom that I think she's a really deserving winner, and I'm rather sad she's not on the stage to receive it, but I'm really, really glad that her name gets added. Not to the trophy, unfortunately, but to the plaque on the box. So, this is the trophy, which I think is a lovely piece to get to have on the mantelpiece for a year. So I'm really glad that. Although I think it has already been in her house, it's nice that she gets to be the next name on the plaque. So I'm just sad she's not on stage to receive it in person. Would you like to say any words, Caroline?
I'm tremendously pleased and impressed that fandom has had the perspicacity to reward somebody who does shed loads of quiet stuff in the background that smooth the wheels and make things happen, and that nobody publicly sees. So I think fandom, you have demonstrated good judgment on behalf of our EasterCon. Thank you very much. Thank you, James.
And it's possibly good that Claire isn't in the room, because I'm sure she would personally hunt down everybody who voted for her and kill them. So.
Information. The very first winner, Peter Baby, had his 97th birthday last month.
I'll repeat that, Roger.
Okay.
Thank you. What Roger said, for those who had trouble hearing, was that the first ever Doc Weir Award winner, Peter Maybe, is still alive and active online and had his 97th birthday in the last few weeks. So, round of applause for memory for Peter Maybe, please. You can sit down if you like, or you can get up if you like, your choice. Thank you, James. Thank you, James Shields, who has just presented the Doc Weir Award to Claire Briley. And now I turn to the convention's thanks. The EasterCon is only one element of an ecosystem of science fiction in the UK. And I'd like to extend our thanks to the British Science Fiction Association, the British Fantasy Society, and the Science Fiction Foundation, who all brought their people and ideas and events to our weekend. Thank you. The committee of last year's EasterCon, Reclamation, next year's, Levitation, and Glasgow 2024, a Worldcon for Our Futures, have all been generous with their participation and support. I'd particularly like to acknowledge Glasgow's generous contributions to our consumption of gin and physical fitness. Slightly contradictory, those two, never mind. I cannot tell you how much we owe this weekend to all the volunteers, including the committee, who have worked so hard over the last 18 months to bring you this oh, bloody hell. I'm missing page 2. No. Right. Without the benefit of the deathless prose, you're going to have to let me wing it. Oh, Jesus, right. And apologies for blasphemy as well. I cannot tell you how much we owe for this weekend to all the volunteers, including the committee, who've worked so hard for the last 18 months to deliver you this convention. I had a beautifully elegant paragraph, complete with suitable pauses and elegant phrases, and you're just going to have to hope I can remember most of it. Those volunteers worked online and offline to bring you this convention. There are so many teams, so many people, so many skill sets, so many hours of commitment brought to this. But the thing that we have done here this weekend is that we've brought the EasterCon online for a hybrid convention. And we have done many new things, and we have done them in new ways. And my tech lead, JT, and my operations lead, John Dodd, and my treasurer, Brian Ameringan, and our coordinator, Claire Brierley, and our comms manager, Alison Scott, and our access lead, Karen Furlong, and Steve Cooper, who stepped in quite late to take a hand as my deputy chair. And have I remembered everybody? Please tell me. Have I remembered everybody? And Z Graves, who has brought you your programme. We've done new things with new people. If you've been looking at who's wearing volunteer badges and T-shirts around the hotel, I think you'll have seen many new faces. Some of those people are at their first EasterCon. Others are volunteering for the first time, have volunteered for the first time this weekend, and we're enormously grateful to them all. Our programme participants have navigated a complex and previously untried combination of technical setup with grace and forbearance, and we're very grateful to them as well. Let me get this right. Okay, I'm sorry. I will put the words up on the website afterwards so that you've got them the way I intended to say them. And forgive me, I'm going to move on. Oh, sorry, one last thing. Again, this is technical, but this weekend we have streamed 6 rooms of programme to the internet, and a very high percentage of the programme, over 4 days, and a very high percentage of the programme items that we've presented have included people streaming in as panellists or participants in some form. We're not aware that this has been done before at FanMon conventions on anything like this kind of scale. And as far as we know, we've set a new benchmark for how to do this for fandom. And that is down, I'm not going to go through the team again, but it could not have been done without all of us. I'd like to say a very strong thank you and final thank you to our wonderful guests of honour. I'm sorry that Zen can't be with us, but Carrie, Adrian, Neil, Janelle, and Ursula. Whoops. Thank you. Hello, Janelle. Thank you.
It was a good time.
Thank you. Have all been wonderful guests of honour, have tolerated our failings with grace and generosity. And we've got them a small gift if... Oh, beg your pardon, looking in the wrong direction. Neil. Thank you, Neil. Can't see a label on this one.
It's on the outside.
Can't see a label on this one. That was a carry. Is it on the outside of that? No, sorry. There you go. Adrian. Thank you very much. Larry, thank you very much. There's a... Janelle and Ursula are subject to the vicissitudes of the US delivery services, but they have equivalent gifts coming, and we'd like to thank them very much. I'm also going to be inviting all our guests of honour to tea in about 3 weeks' time. We haven't set a date yet. I have only one last sad duty to perform as chair of this year's EasterCon. I'd like to introduce Mike Kuehl to give us a few words of remembrance for those we have lost since last year. Mike.
This is a partial list submitted by their friends and families of those we have lost from our company, from our community, forever in the past year. A.J. Hall, known as Legion's Eagle, Alan Tegai Hughes, Andrew Barton, also known as Ambrosius and Mad Logician, Anne Bodell, Charles Parkington. Chris Wastling, Clint Wastling, Dave Tompkins, Eric Arthur, Eve Harvey. Joe McNally, Leonard Kuritz, Maureen Kincaid Speller, Michael Luckman, Pat Silver, formerly known as Pat Brown. Roy Evans, Ruth Coleman Taylor. Can we now please have 2 minutes of silence in respect of those we have lost, where we can remember them as we hope one day to be remembered. Thank you.
Once again, I'd need to add to that list two that came in this weekend, Roger Earnshaw and Rachel Pollock. I'm sorry they didn't make it onto the slides. I apologise to their families. We're done. We'll see you in the Dead Dog Party after this in Prince's and the Guild Bar. But conversation has built its bridge, between on-site and online, and from the past to the future. And while our catch-up programme has started streaming already for when you get home, our watch has ended and our conversation is over. I'm pleased that we've seated an EasterCon for 2025. Reconnect in Belfast. But before we get there, We will reassemble in Telford next year, and I'm very pleased to hand over to next year's EasterCon, Levitation. And I'd like to introduce you to Levitation's chair, whom you all know anyway. Farah Mendelssohn, you have the EasterCon.
That was a truly fantastic closing ceremony speech, which will be hard to live up to. It's been an amazing convention, which is going to be hard to live up to, but we will do our best, and thank you for your trust in us. I don't really have anything else to say. I would like everybody who has volunteered for this convention just to stand up quickly and show us who you all are. As Alison Scott said one year, we don't put on a show for you. You put on a show for us. Thank you all. Very much hope we'll see some of you and more of you volunteer. And as is traditional, it is my great honour to ask you to put your hands, legs, cheering voices together to thank this year's convention, and in particular the chair, Caroline Mullen. And see you all in the Dead Dog Party. Thank you very much, and next year. Bye-bye.